And we're live. You can start, Richard.
I can start what? Roxanne, you said I can start?
Yes, it's fine. We can start the program.
Keith is welcoming, and Keith is introducing Dr. Shepard.
You're gonna start. You can start.
Okay. Good morning and welcome. We're going to begin by introducing Dr. Jonathan Shepard, who's going to give some opening remarks. Dr. Shepard.
Good morning, everyone, and it's good to be a part of this summit. I want to greet everyone who is here. I know that I'm not able to see all the participants today, but I want to let you know that I feel you and appreciate the fact that you are present today. You know, when I think about a men's mental health summit, boys and men's mental health summit, it really speaks to what's happening in our country today, really around the world. Black men are an endangered species. And it's one of the things that I make sure that I highlight in my practice every day. I remember when I first became a physician, I was almost scared to emphasize my passion and love for the people that I'm a part of. And it's amazing how I have evolved and grown to understand that when I am ashamed of the color of my skin, that it actually hurts our collective body, if you would. Because what happens is when, as Black men, as we continue to achieve success, as we continue to make inroads into this racist society, people tell us that we have to succumb to the powers that be. Well, I want to let you know that is a lie, and I stand confidently to tell you, I believed the lie at first, but I tell you now, I know better. When we look at what has happened in our country over the last 3 years, more than 3 years ago, with the pandemic, with the murder of George Floyd and the many others, I only call his name, but there's been many others that have even occurred up until this day. It speaks to our ability as Black men to thrive. I'm almost finished here. I want us to use this summit today as not a way to look at how we're surviving. Survival is no longer the way in which we should operate. If you're a believer, God never created you to survive. He created you to thrive. Even if you're not a believer, I don't need for you to just be maintaining. We need to make sure that we're moving from being just stable and surviving to thriving. This summit today is to help you to move forward so that you can thrive. Check yourself today. Check yourself. Check where your headspace is. You know, I have to do that on a day-to-day basis because I recognize that many of the stuff that I go through as a Black man is not a trial, is not because of something bad that I did. It really is a test. And I'll conclude with this. too many of us are failing the test. It's not a trial. It's not a burden. It's not an issue. It's not even genetics. We need to make sure that we are standing the test. And the only way you can do that is make sure your mind is right. I don't care how big, how buff you are. I may not be the biggest or the most physical fit person, but when it comes to my mind, oh yeah, I am a WWE wrestler, whichever your famous one is, because I'm not going to allow anybody to take my mind. Thank you, Andrea Brown, who serves as the executive director for the Black Mental Health Alliance. Thank you, Richard Rowe, who I've had the pleasure to work with on many, many occasions, and who is well respected throughout this city when it comes to men's health. And so thank you, sir. And I appreciate all those who are in attendance today. I think my 5 minutes are up, and thank you.
Keith, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. It's funny. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's funny. I didn't really want to go behind Dr. Shepherd, but protocol would have it that I'd have to. And the reason why is because it's interesting. I was recently on a plane, and a woman showed me a magazine. And in the magazine, it talked about endangered species. And she sat next to me and she said, and she had a beautiful British accent. She said, "Oh my God, what are they gonna do about these birds and blah, blah, blah." And she went on and on about the endangered species. This is a true story. And I wasn't gonna raise it, but Dr. Shepherd and his were just, it's such alignment this morning that he would use the term. And so she went on and on and on. And I had my iPad in and I thought, I'm really not gonna pay. She said, "These birds are extinct. They do this for the earth, they do that and this." And she said, and in 2 years we'll have none. And she said, "I'd love your take on that." I said, "You really don't want my take on that." And she said, "I'd love your take on that." And this is a true story. And I like the hairs on the back of my neck stood up when you raised that. And what I said to her, I said, "I know an endangered species." I said, "I happen to be the proud mother of a brilliant 19-year-old Black boy." I said, "And I can tell you that we are losing Black men and boys at an alarming rate." And she said, "Well, that's very different." And I said, you really don't want me to do this. You don't want me to do this." And so she said to me, she said, "I wasn't trying to be offensive, but look how beautiful these birds are." I said, "Well, now you have it right here. Here's where you get a piece of me." And so she said, I went on to talk about the brilliance of Black boys and brilliance of Black men. And even at birth, how they are charted for a course of destruction if we let society continue to do what it does. And so we had this interesting banter back and forth. And at the end, she said to me, "I see I've disturbed you." I said, "And I see I've helped challenge you and your thinking." And so, Dr. Shepherd, it was not by accident that you talk about this endangered species. And this was not in my remarks today, but I just had to raise it. And what was so interesting about my dialogue with her is she just didn't get it. And I know that there are hundreds of thousands like her, right? I just happen to sit next to her in her wildlife magazine, right? But I talked about wildlife. I said, "You want to know wildlife? Have you been to any of these urban cities? Do you want to know wildlife?" So thank you for being sensitive to that. Thank you for raising that. And so I just want to say thank you all for joining us today. For what I know, you will find to be life-changing and life-affirming. just want you to be clear, you have not wandered in today by accident. You've not registered for the summit by happenstance. You were summoned to be here. You were summoned to be still, to gleam, reflect, sing, dance, dream, learn, and then hit repeat. So that's your moment. That's why you're here. So today, the Black Mental Health Alliance hosts its first annual Black Men and Boys Mental Health Summit. Its theme, healing and rising in our reality, our right and our responsibility. So today we have convened together the brightest and the best from across the country. An all-star lineup, I kid you not, an all-star lineup. And we listen intently for them to share the truth, the remedy, the next steps, and hit repeat. We remain still while leaning into music. We listen while listening for the words that will come from Dr. Washington and many of the other brilliant men and women. In one of his writings, famed abolitionist Frederick Douglass said, "You have seen how a man was made a slave. You shall see how a slave was made a man." And so today, listen for the keys to our liberation for our men and our boys. This is the moment. This is the absolute moment. And so this today is an opportunity for liberation. Today is an opportunity for healing. Today is an opportunity that you shall see how a slave becomes a man. I would be remiss if I did not give a shout out to our National Training Director, Senior Consultant, quite frankly, personal friend, Richard Rowe, for his vision, his passion and commitment to the health and well-being of Black people and Black men and boys. This has been a long time coming. And so I hope at the end of this, Richard, you will see your vision come to pass, and that this will not be a one-off, and that we'll bring other brilliant men from across the country for next year and the year after, and that the boys that we train will take the mantle, and they will know that now they will see how a slave was made a man. And so we honor you, Richard. We thank you for pushing so hard for Black people, and for Black people to not be just in the game, but to be woke. And so again, welcome to this amazing summit. We are excited. There has been much labor put into this work for all of us. So we challenge you to be still, listen, challenge your facilitators, but you will not be sorry you spent the day with us. And again, we welcome you and we see you, Sawubona.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I don't think you guys can see me at this point. We're still having a bit of a technical problem, but nonetheless, I want to second what Andrea said about the wonderful Richard Rowe, who has been a mentor of mine for years. So I am honored to bring him to the floor. Give us just a moment, please. Should I begin again? Was I? Okay. One moment, please.
So everyone, we'll get started in a second. Richard, we're transitioning our video. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, so I apologize, everyone. We'll get started in 2 seconds.
Okay, I am here.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I believe we're back on air. Thank you again for your patience. Now I'd like to introduce my longtime mentor and dear friend with the National Training Institute, Mr., and I prefer to refer to him as Dr. Richard Rose. Richard?
Wow, Keith. Wow. Thank you for that. Thank you for that amazing introduction. My esteemed brother and friend, Brother Keith Snipes, thank you again, sir. And again, it's an honor and a pleasure to be with everyone this morning on June 28th, 2023 at our mental health summit for Black men and boys. to be in you all's presence. So I want to welcome everybody as well and give profound thanks and appreciation to Dr. Shepherd and to Andrea for those powerful comments and introductions. I want to applaud them for their leadership and for their brilliance and for their friendship and for their guidance and for helping to support efforts like this. We have been moving for 40 years now from endangerment to empowerment. So let's make it clear that we may be perceived as endangered, but we are really on the road, on the path towards empowerment. And we have been on that road for the past 40 years since this organization began. And it was not just this organization, but many organizations like the Black Mental Health Alliance who understood what Frederick Douglass and what Dr. Du Bois and what others have been saying about Black people for decades and for centuries, that we are a great people, we are a brilliant people, we are a very, very resilient people, and it is clear that we are not to be ignored. We're not to be told what we cannot do and where we cannot go. So I have 7 minutes, you all. I'm a little older than Jonathan and Andrea, so they gave me 7 minutes to share comments and to really bring a message about what this convening is all about. So you all, Black men are taught at an early age. I'm not going to be long. I'm going to try to be really, really brief about why we are here, you all. And we are taught at an early age to conceal our emotions, for fear of being labeled effeminate and weak. We are told, Keith, to be a man as defined within the parameters of a white male paternalistic, egotistical, arrogantly ignorant, sexist, and racist framework. We are programmed to win at all costs and to step over and to step on each other. Black men, according to Dr. Wisdom Powell, Brother David Miller, are socialized from a very early age to deny bodily signs and symptoms to minimize psychological distress. So if you believe that you are supposed to be a certain kind of macho man and you are unable to consistently be that or reflect that in this world, then you have an inner conflict. And there's a discrepancy between what the world wants and what you want to be, and that creates a turmoil around help seeking. To heal Black men and boys is not an option. To not heal is not an option. Black men and boys, our grandfathers, fathers, uncles, cousins, nephews, and our sons, many of them have been disrespected, demonized, criminalized, dehumanized, marginalized, inferiorized, and devalued. They have been disregarded, disparaged, and dejected. They have been humiliated, subjugated, and castigated for decades and centuries, Dr. Washington. So how do you heal from all this hurt and pain and from the unyielding possibility of being killed if you speak up, look up, walk away, run away, or if you are dancing, driving, sleeping, defending your loved ones and yourself, going to the right house, going to the wrong house, sitting down, standing up, or just being a human being in the right place at the wrong time? To not heal Black men and boys is not an option. To not know what happened to Black men and boys is not an option, Dr. Washington. So what does it mean to read or hear about on a regular and consistent basis? On a regular and consistent basis, police officers body slamming Black women to the ground for not wearing a mask. 2 white men involved in the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery. Black man shot and killed by Indianapolis police while he was live streaming on Facebook. White male men fatally shoots unarmed Black male after an accident. So what does all this mean, you all? And again, to not heal Black men and boys is not an option. So folks out there, what do these men have in common? Dr. Martin Delaney, Nat Turner, Paul Robeson, Dr. Martin Luther King, James Baldwin, Huey Newton, Fred Hampton, John Coltrane, Miles Davis, Sonny Rollins, Marvin Gaye, Donny Hathaway, Dr. Maxie Collier, founder of this, one of the founders of this organization, Dr. Paul Williams, Eddie Hendricks, Bill Cosby, John Singleton, Antonio Brown, Brandon Marshall, DMX, Jay-Z, Ye, Kanye, Kid Cudi, Don Cornelius, Meta World Peace, Big Sean the rapper, Wayne Brady, Charlemagne the God, Dr. Kurt Gaddy, and so many others. What do these men have in common? All of them struggle with mental health challenges and disorders caused by the forces from without. The stress that has been exacted on Black men, the stress that Black men are under for decades and for centuries has caused tremendous, tremendous hurt, pain, and in many cases, death. So to not heal Black men and boys, I'm going to repeat that, to not heal Black and boys is not an option. And we're going to make that very, very clear today. The stats, very few stats I will share with you all, and I will speed up my 7 minutes. 20 to 25% of Black men, according to the Center for Disease Control, will develop depression during their lifetime, and this is likely to be an underestimate due to a lack of screening and treatment services. Black men, listen to this, Black men. Black men are 4 times more likely to die by suicide than Black women. We have a higher death rate, at least it's twice as high as those for Black women. Black women are doing something that we are not. Not to say that they are not in trouble or that they're not hurting, that they're not in pain, but they're doing something. They're moving quickly to try to heal themselves because they know no one is coming to save them. They know it's their right and their responsibility to heal themselves. They know they deserve to heal and to really engage in self-care. A few more stats and I'll leave you all with a few more remarks. Life expectancy is lowest among Black men. Hypertension and related illnesses, heart disease, stroke, kidney disease, all caused by stress, high anxiety, and from the forces from without, white supremacy, systemic racism, all the things that Dr. Shepard and Andrea brought to the forefront earlier in their comments. There's a article, 2015 article that indicated that 1.5 Black men were missing. 1.5 million Black men were missing. So for every 100 Black women not in jail, there are only 83 Black men. The remaining 1.5 of them are in a sense missing. And on and on and on and on. The stats are gloomy, gloom and doom on many instances. But the suicide rate, think about this again, the suicide rate for Black males between the ages of 15 and 24, that's the 3rd leading cause of death for Black males between the ages of 15 and 24. Dr. Amos Wilson made it very, very clear that the suicide mortality rate reaches its peak in Black males between ages 21 and 34, and in white males at age 65 and older. Homicide and suicide, according to Dr. Amos Wilson, are 2 of the leading causes of death among young Black males between ages 15 and 24. So they are probably the leading causes of accidental deaths and many suicides on the installment plan, addictions, poor health habits, etc. Thus, Black men kill themselves with their future ahead of them, and white men when their futures are behind them. One dies, according to Dr. Amos Wilson, one dies of blossoming in the spring, the other after the first frost of autumn. So Black men and boys and to the community at large, to not heal is not an option on the table. Yes, more Black men are talking about their mental health and their well-being, but we must become more active, more intentional, and more deliberate in overcoming our silence about our pain and stepping out of our isolation. We must tell each other and our boys how much we mean to each other. There's no weakness in that, only strength, self-care, self-preservation, solidarity, and power. And given what we've been through and are going through, our mental health and well-being must become a top priority if we are to obtain the highest level of psychological and emotional health and well-being. So we're here today and tomorrow to continue the healing process, not to start, but to continue. We've been starting for quite some time. We want to continue the healing process that we have witnessed in many Black men and boys, despite the unyielding and never-ending trauma and the persistent attacks on our humanity, our souls, our spirits, and our minds. Doctors Naim Akbar, Dr. Hilliard, Dr. Chris Wilson, Dr. Wright did not capitulate. Dr. Jonathan Shepard, Dr. Hakeem Alabuti, Dr. Washington, Dr. Cartman, Dr. Shields, Dr. Winkler, Purnell, Facula are still walking into their greatness. Brothers Miller, Holmes, Steele, Bale are still pursuing excellence, raising exceptional children, and maintaining strong Black families. Our sisters, Camilla Harris, Deanna Clark, and Wanda Bell, and of course, all the sisters at the Black Mental Health Alliance and our leader, Andrew Bell, are on the front lines advocating for our mental health and well-being at the highest level, at the highest levels of love and commitment to our healing and well-being. And as our esteemed sister poetess, activist, and brilliant sister, Maya Angelou stated, and still they rise, and still we rise. So again, you all, this is village work, and it will take all of us to lean all the way in to rescue, affirm, value, and heal Black men and boys. We welcome you to our Bantaba, our gathering for Black men and boys, Bantaba. And we hope you will join with and support the Black Mental Health Alliance in this healing call, this radical healing call for Black men and boys to talk about what keeps us sane, where to find love and joy, and how we must come together to elevate our spirits and rest our souls, which is our right and our responsibility. So again, many thanks to each and every one of you for being with us today, and we hope you will come back tomorrow and hear from another lineup of amazing and exceptional Black men who are and women who are about healing and saving lives. Thank you all very, very much. It's an honor to be in your presence. It's an honor to serve you all. It's an honor to support this work, this calling for me. It has been a long journey, and I am honored to be part of those that are serious about this work and committed to this work. Thank you all very much. I'm gonna turn this back over to my esteemed brother, Keith Snipes. And I know I ran over, but please forgive me for my extra 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you all very much, and have a great, 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 great morning and great afternoon. Thank you. Keith.
Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you very, very much for those crucial, those critical remarks to give us context, to put us all on the same page. I am going to hesitantly, quite frankly, attempt to create a mood with some music. Any one of you who is a singer will know that your morning voice is always a challenge, but I'm up for the challenge because I think this song is crucial and important to what we are doing here today. So I'm going to ask you to close your eyes and let's go into that meditative moment. And I want to utter the words of Brother Oscar Brown Jr. Using his song to ask this critical question: brother, where are you? A small boy walks down the city street, and hope was in his eyes. He searches the faces of the people he meets for one that he might recognize. Brother, where are you? They told me that you came this way. Brother, where are you? They said you came. They said you came this way. The eyes of the people that passed him by, they were cold and hard as stone. The young boy whimpered and began to cry, 'cause he was all alone. Brother, where are you? They told me that you came this way. Brother, where are you? They said you came. They said you came this way. Now there are many who swear it's true that brothers we all are. But it seems to me there are very few who would answer brother's call. Brother, where are you? They told me that you came this way. Brother, where are you? They said you came. They said you came this way. Okay, thank you. So now we're going to watch a video of Dr. Naeem Akbar as he discusses visions for Black men.
In much the same way as boys begin to interact appropriately in the society, as they gain knowledge, as they gain insight, as they learn to love, they begin to be transformed and pushed and expanded so that what used to be
This meeting is being recorded.
Self-involvement, self-consideration, ultimately, they begin to feel and think in a bigger sense. And the first indication that they are moving towards a greater growth is when these boys begin to learn how to relate to other people, when they begin to be concerned about somebody other than themselves. One of the clearest indications that boys now are moving towards manhood is when their minds have grown big enough to think about somebody other than themselves. When they begin to experience the mutual responsibility, the mutual reciprocity that goes into a relationship, when they're capable of having a mate, having a friend, having someone who they can be as concerned about as they are concerned about themselves. The indication that the mind has grown big enough to move beyond the narrow limitations of just this male creature, just this young boy creature, is when this person now has begun to care enough about another person that they aren't happy unless their mate is happy. They're not happy unless their friend is happy. When they aren't fed until their friend is fed. That somehow the sense of completion is no longer limited to what they can get for themselves. There's a consideration that there's someone else. Now this becomes a critical stage of pressure because there's a new kind of tension now. Because the demand to look out for somebody other than just you is such a pressing demand that it begins to grow your concept of who you are. So self is no longer just this narrow thing caught in this protoplasm. Self becomes something that transcends just body because it's preparing you to reconnect with the universal person which you are. But you have to grow back into that consciousness. Even though you came out of that consciousness, you must evolve back to that consciousness, and it must be done by going into the chrysalis that begins to put pressure on your consciousness, that transforms it and makes it bigger than the ego that comes from the biology. Now, the process then of learning to love another person, relate to another person, be concerned about another person, continues to grow. And as it grows, the person becomes capable then of thinking bigger than just their companion, just their mate, just their friend, just their loved one. The person begins to think so big now that they can begin to think about those potential children that belongs to that partnership. So in order to grow and to become a real man, you have to develop the capacity to think like a father, Now, the father mind has nothing to do with one's physical anatomy. That's taken care of by the biological principle. The real principle of fatherhood requires a consciousness that has grown so big that you are no longer preoccupied with what happens to just you or what happens to just your mate, but you are now concerned about what happens to the children. And the children then give you a greater push for even a bigger consciousness, because you understand the children can't be healthy until the society is healthy. So men then become inspired to go out and transform the society to make it a rich environment so the children can be safe in it, they can be protected in it, they can grow in it, they can fulfill their potential. So what men do is go out and begin to transform the whole world to make it a better place for everybody to live in. Now, when you get to that level, when you wake up every morning ready to go out and change the world, when you wake up every morning to know that you've got to go build some more schools and write some more dramas and create some more songs and write another book and create another concept and create another form of technology, bring together material resources in such a way that they can be implemented to transform the living possibilities of the people, be able to transform the health possibilities of people, be able to transfer the possibility of ensuring the highest degree of health and the highest degree of happiness, to be able to bring about the kind of color, to bring about the kind of a spirit that generates the best possibilities in all people. When you wake up every day determined to be that, then you become a father. You've grown to become a father.
Hey, Keith, we need you to unmute.
So sorry, guys. We're back. We're back. So thank you, Dr. Naeem Akbar, who always brings a very strong and relevant message to the occasion. Next up, we're going to hear another meditative song. He ain't heavy. He's my brother. That is a recording, I believe. If not, should we move on?
I'm sorry, Keith, I'm a little behind. Yes. Can you introduce Dr. Kevin Washington?
Absolutely. Thank you all again for your patience. I want to bring in Dr. Kevin Washington, who is an African-centered psychologist, licensed in Florida and Washington, D.C. He has taught, lectured at several colleges nationally and internationally. Roland Martin, as well as Essence Magazine, Black Entertainment Television, News Focal Point, and many other national and international organizations. He is a past president of the Association of Black Psychologists and is currently an associate professor and head of the sociology and psychology at Grambling State University, and is the national director of Black Marriage Day. Dr. Mwata Washington. Dr. Washington.
Yes, sir. We are here.
Yes.
All right. We're here. Thank you for the introduction. I appreciate that.
Yes,
point of
sir.
clarification, I'm no longer the department chair at Grambling State University as a social psychology department, but we still are working with our people to make sure that we elevate consciousness of who we are. So, brother, thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Yeah, man. The same. it's exciting to be here. I think it's a major setup to have us to come behind Dr. Rowe, as you call him, and Sister Brown, and then top it off with Dr. Naeem Akbar, one of my dignities, one of the ones who lead us in how we think about this work and do this work. As a matter of fact, it was his voice that saved me mentally and psychologically to even get to this stage where I am. When the first question he asked me was, "Are you a member of AB Psi?" When I met him my first year in the doctoral program at Texas A&M University. And so I joined the organization and followed everything that he said, followed the books, and Visions for Black Men were one of the major books that kept us alive. So it is important to know how to honor those that are doing the work. And I honor everyone in this organization for doing the great work. I honor our elders, Dr. Wade Nobles and Dr. again, Naeem Akbar, and Sister Dr. Rumba Ani and Dr. Linda James Myers, and the countless of others who have shaped our consciousness to understand who we are as a people in this space. So we stand upon their works, and Baba Asa Hilliard and countless others, warriors who have stood, Dr. Amos Wilson, who taught us and teaches us again about how to awaken the natural genius in Black children. And of course, one of our speakers that will be here, Brother Haki Madabuti, went from Donald Lee to Haki, a powerful narrative. His chapter in this book, Never Without a Book, inspired me to always move with a book or two every time I go somewhere. Still, 20 plus years later, I'm still walking around everywhere I go. If I'm going to anywhere, just going to the gym, I have a book just in case something goes down. I can pull it up. As a matter of fact, I was in the gym today, and a brother came up to me and asked the question, "Have you read this book?" And then I was able to say that's a good book, and I bounced back with another book. He said, "Have you read 1619?" I said, "Have you read Born in Blackness? Have you read Stamped from the Beginning? Have you read Urugu?" I was just pulling them out. We were going back and forth. I said, "Brother, let's talk some more." The point is that that's the healing work. The healing work comes not in the context of often trying to go and be somehow deliberate, but the healing work comes in the context of how we share and we be among ourselves. And we will talk more about that in this presentation. However, I'm just saying thank you, because I don't think we do a good enough job of being able to say thank you to one another. See, gratitude precedes elevation. And so we can't evolve or rise until we know how to say thank you. That's why it says honor thy father and thy mother, right? The idea is that when you can say thank you to people, right, that is appreciation, and nobody has to be nice. Nobody had to invite me to this particular engagement. Nobody had to do all of this, right? And so we must recognize how to simply say thank you. So brothers and sisters, I'm just saying thank you. That's it. Just thank you in any language that it gets you a long way. Asante Sana, thank you. Jetty Jeff and Wolof, thank you. It gets you a whole ways of space. So just say thank you. That's it. So we want to begin this conversation about. Well, I want to make sure, Sister Brown, are we good to go forward? Brother Rowe, Snipes, I'm just making sure that we okay.
Yes, you're good.
All right.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Okay. So I wanted to just simply start the conversation with saying that too often we begin to analyze the African or Black situation from a Eurocentric perspective. And that leads us to have some very significant flaws and problems within how we analyze the situation. One of the things is that we cannot utilize the oppressor's discourse to describe an African phenomenon. And so we have to be clear about that. And so we cannot utilize European nomenclature. We cannot utilize that which has been about the business of destroying us to somehow become the thing that's going to help heal us when we have profound thinkers such as was presented, Dr. Naeem Akbar, when we have others that will speak, Dr. Cartman and Dr. Shields and Brother Dr. Miller. I'm calling that to existence, and others, Brother Haki. We cannot keep using that particular process of the oppressor to think somehow we're going to transform and change us to be something distinct and different, because It is their duty, their voice, their job, their mission to facilitate the destruction of who we are. And so we have to recognize that when we keep giving honor to their way of being, then by default, we are giving them some kind of precedent to the destruction of who we are. And we have to recognize that too often we spend a whole lot of time trying to accommodate and acquiesce, my brother said in opening, trying to accommodate and acquiesce and being embarrassed of what is divine, right? We spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to be and how not to be so that we don't offend anyone. Well, if their entire identity is predicated upon destroying mine, then my presence is always going to offend them. So let's just deal with that out the gate. So we're not going to even satisfy an entity that cannot be satisfied. That's the power of the book called Urugos. I'm inviting anybody you want to read, get down with Urugu. It took me about 3 or 4 years to read that book, but I'm telling you, when Dr. Ani breaks down something about who they are and how they think and how they function, it changes everything. So we have to take agency for ourselves. We have to take agency, so we cannot keep using their conversation. So we want to talk a little bit about this idea of social, cultural, and psychological challenges that have faced us, but we don't want to begin in the narrative with this conversation of the challenges. And that's where we end up in having real problems, because we begin to discuss ourselves in the context of a struggle without understanding that we had a beginning prior to the European incursion that came upon the space of what is now known as Africa. We have people that traveled already to the continent, to what is now called Central America and North America prior to Columbus. As a matter of fact, if we analyze the narrative correctly, we can clearly see without any deep thought or any elements of profound thinking that if the people here that we call Indians are called Indians, and he thought he was in India, at the gate we see he was lost. So why do we keep using that narrative as the one of some kind of high honor when the cat when it was lost, and what he did to folks, and yet we honor and celebrate Columbus Day, and I'm going off right now. I hadn't even gotten started yet. I'm just saying, you got me started. I'm just saying because talk about endangered species, but the role we have to challenge ourselves, right? And so when we talk about the 4th of July and Frederick Douglass, the quote was so eloquently articulated about the transformation from a slave to a man, and Frederick Douglass asked the question, to the Negro is the 4th of July. I want to listen to how deep the existential question is. To the Negro is the 4th of July? What does it mean? And he says, while we are at the cutting capers and doing all kind of things, celebrating their reality, in reality, we were actually incarcerated, enslaved. And so yet we honor their rituals. And why is that important? Because again, as I said, we can't use European nomenclature. We cannot use European ritual to heal ourselves. And we keep using their ritual to somehow think that we're going to get somewhere. People say, well, you know, I'm an American too. I'm not knocking the issue of entitlement to what has been done. The question is, do I want to be a part of something that really is not about anything? Dr. King asked the question. He to his dear friend. He said well, he actually made a statement. He said, I'm afraid that we are trying to integrate into a burning house. And what he was saying is that I've asked for something, and now I have to question what it really is. And my point is that there is something that we had prior to the experience of the trauma of the incursion of Europeans. They actually saw something. Read a book called Born in Blackness. It tells a whole narrative about what they saw and what they were experiencing. By a brother named Howard French. And so we must recognize that we had something prior to, and it is that thing that continues to thrive in spite of all that comes against it. Other societies have been annihilated, have been eliminated. However, there's something else that is there. That is what W.B. Du Bois mentions when he mentions the idea of double consciousness. And I haven't got started with the presentation yet, but double consciousness, when he says that there are two warring souls, two ideals, right? And the question becomes, what sees the two? The double consciousness, right? Trying to be a Negro and American. What sees the two fighting? Because if I'm engaged in a battle with somebody, I can't see two people. I see one person in front of me. I don't see two. So the reality is that there's a third entity that is observing the phenomena. And I submit to you that third entity that is observing the fighting is our true essence. And it's saying something to us about you don't even have to engage in this particular battle, as was said earlier. Simply be who you are. And my grandmother said, be who you is and not who you ain't, because if you be you ain't, there could be nobody. So we have to be clear about how we move forward. And so we cannot utilize European framework to identify what it means to be who we are. A question was asked by Jacob, Philadelphia, 2009, 5-year-old, as his father was preparing to leave working in the White House. And so they had a chance to meet the then President Barack Obama. And his question was, is my haircut like yours? And the question to me is, what is a 5-year-old boy asking of a man in a position of presidency of a country? The question is my hair like yours? It already sends a powerful message that who he is and his identity tied to his aesthetic has already been ingrained within him by age 5. He's already struggling with his power, his purpose, his passion. Why am I here? Who am I? Do I have value and worth? Because people like me usually don't have worth and value, don't have hair like mine. So the issue of my worth and value tied to my what's coming out of me and my skin color is already there. And how did he get that message? Because he have two parents that seem to be very cognizant of certain things. He's not missing a father. His father is standing there. So it's not an issue of fatherlessness. It's not an issue of trying to figure out who his mother is. His mother is there. Not an issue of employment because they are employed. They're working. What is the issue? The issue is tied to identity that goes along with the process of Blackness in America. That is, that value and worth is ingrained, or lack thereof is ingrained at a very early age. And so what we begin to see down the line is a product, simply a product of this existential question about, do I have value and worth? Do I have significance? Am I worth anything? Am I about anything? Am I going to create anything? Can I do anything wonderful? Because people like me don't do anything. And we have to recognize that we're getting a healthy dosage of our own insignificance and inferiority day in and day out. There's nothing to challenge that. That is because we're not giving our children anything to challenge, but this became his challenge. He challenged it by saying, this person looks like me, and therefore I must have value and worth. He could have asked a whole lot of questions. Where is the dog Bo? That's a boy question. Where is Sasha Malay? Let me holler for a minute. That's a boy question. His question was, is my haircut like yours? We have to recognize that our work as healers is profound. And so El Hasmik El Shabazz, also known as Malcolm X, asked the question, very powerful speech. He says, who taught you to hate your color of the skin? Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose? Who taught you to hate from the top of your heads and soles of your feet? Who taught you all of this? As we begin to try to blame people who are, as they're doing in this era of blaming woke this for certain things, right? They attack a war on woke. They're saying that this teaches hate. The idea of teaching love of oneself is not an act of hate. The issue of hating hate is another issue altogether. He asked the question, who taught you this? It didn't come from reading books by Naeem Akbar. It didn't come from reading and listening to lectures by Wade Nobles. It didn't come from Toni Morrison. It didn't come from that. The idea of hatred, of self, came from something else. And don't then start to attack and address that which is trying to correct the narrative and then call it the problem, right? And that is what the oppressor does. Why? Because the content that they're attacking is antithetical to their agenda. That their agenda is to create a condition by which one feels that they are inferior, that they are less than, that they are somehow insignificant. But we are here today to say that that is a lie. Again, this idea of double consciousness and W. Du Bois saying that the issue of this, the Negro blood and the messages. And so the issue is that who is the third entity examining the entire phenomenon? So I want to begin with the end in mind. I want to share with everyone this model of African-centered healing that we talk about, that we advance, so that when we unpack this conversation today, we will be able to see this is where we are going. So the model that we implement is understanding, first of all, that we are trying to establish or reestablish what is called Ubuntu, the idea of connected, that right, being connected to something else greater than oneself. I love the statement a few years ago. I was able to do a presentation with the Black Mental Health Alliance, and their theme was from the Maasai tribe that asked the question. Men asked the question, and are the children all right? The men meet out in the savannah. They meet out in the outer area. They're not even in the village where the children are. But the question is, and are the children all right? And the response is that they are okay. And the question becomes, how can individuals who are not even in the village, not where the children are, articulate that they are okay? Because as Dr. Naeem Magba mentioned in his opening presentation, that when the men are on the periphery, they know that nothing has gotten inside, have gotten beyond them. Therefore, the children have to be okay because we are on post. And so it's powerful to understand this idea of how my identity is tied to something greater than simply myself. And that is where we want to end up. So we deal with the African-centered normative structure. Who are we? How do we function? For us, spirit is omnipresent. The idea of spirit is there. Family is essential, right? We have family reunions. We do dances together. Not the issue of so much the line dance. We do electric slide. We had at a family event just the other day, and that's what got people going. Whether it was the wobble, the cape, whoever it was somebody's song that pulled folks together. Interdependence is honored. All sets, everything is connected. Old folks will always say that all things work together, right? Everything is working together. Don't let your name beat you back home, right? Whatever you do out there comes back here. That everything is connected. Children are seen as being valuable. We have a refined taste in oral and written expressiveness is critical. People often want to say that African societies were oral. Well, if that is the case, what are the so-called hieroglyphs of the Meta-Netta? The earliest formation of what we consider to be the writing today came from what they scribed in the context of what we call Meta-Netta, or what they call the hieroglyphs. From there, we have other script that evolved. As a matter of fact, let's say it this way: the word paper comes from the word papyrus. Papyrus was what people wrote on in ancient Kemet and/or Egypt, which means that the foundation of paper comes from ancient Kemet, which means there had to be a written society as well as an oral tradition society. And more importantly, the first pen comes out of that. But then a brother in the United States elevated the pen, the fountain pen. So we have to understand that we have a tradition of writing and orality. We do both of them very well. So that is a normative structure, and we have the experience in America of a slavery legacy, racism, the denial of cultural ties, and those things have impacted us, as well as the European normative structure of materialism and independence and spirit is suspect and competitiveness. These things have had a debilitating effect upon us. And so our work then is about how do we get back to dealing with transgenerational trauma, and how do we look at the issue of re-normalization of who we are. And that goes back into the issue of spiritual alignment. And so this is the end. I just want to begin with the end in mind, so people who will know this is, so when we talk about everything else, this is where we're trying to get to the issues that we're getting back to the idea of Ubuntu. And so let's look at this, and let's say that when we see this image, for example, we have to understand that from the beginning, our people already lived and existed. African people already had an existence prior to the European incursion. It was some internal strife that created a condition of vulnerability. However, they already lived. I just came from the Gambia, a long-standing narrative of a Kunta Kinte, and we are working with the Kinte family right now to help develop a few things there, skill center and some other things that are there. We ask people to join us in that conversation. That's grist for another meal. But the point we want to make is that you had to have gotten people from someplace to bring them to the place to engage in something. You had to have analyzed them and assessed that they had some skills and abilities that would benefit you. And so we recognize that Africans already understood how to engage in animal husbandry. That's why we end up with the open cattle grazing of Texas. The Longhorn comes out of Africa. That and if you go to Africa right now, as a matter of fact, just left the Gambia, you will find cows and pigs and other things open grazing, going from one part of town to the next. Nobody's upset. They just go, they walk, and they come right on back to wherever they left from. Open grazing was very much a part of African society, and that was not a part of Europe. Europe had pastures where the animals were in pastures, not open grazing. So the point is then that which built the whole state of Texas, that whole conversation, steermen were what white men called themselves. They were steermen or cattlemen who had cattle. That means then that the cowboys were the Africans who were doing the serious work. And so we recognize that they saw a dream team, so they pulled them over. They understood people knew how to take cotton and make it into a fabric in the Senegambia region. And so they said, let's stop having to export, get the fabric from Africa. Let's bring the people to the United States, and they will do the work here. They understood how to grow rice, and that became the Carolina gold that saved this country over and over again. Even the gold in Fort Knox, the connection that it has to the Gold Coast in Ghana indicates that they saw something in a people prior to enslaving them. And it was because of their value and worth, they wanted to get it and hold on to it and manipulate it for their own benefit. That's where we have to begin the conversation. Not get so bogged down in the trauma. Yes, we will deal with the trauma, the traumatization process, because that's essential to the conversation. But what is critical to note is that prior to that event, those events, we already existed. And so people saw the greatness that was within us. And the question becomes, do we see our own greatness? Do we see what they see? And too often we don't see our own greatness. And so we see something else other than the greatness that is within. And that is the problem that we have. But let's talk about this idea of enslavement. And we don't use the term slaves for a variety of reasons. People have heard it over and over again. We will reiterate it, that slave is a position or process of struggle, of labor. As a matter of fact, the word slaves come from the Slovenians who were held in captivity by their own European oppressors. And so we're not going to use that name, Slavs, to describe our reality, because enslaved Africans came from the continent of Africa. They came here as Jola. They came here as Bisa. They came here as Mende, Medinka. They came here as Igbo, as Yoruba. They came here as Sarea, as Hausa, as Fonte, as Twi, as Ga. They came here with a society, came here with knowledge and understanding. As a matter of fact, we know it to be so because there's certain words that we use that come directly out of the continent. The word okay, show me a word in the English language that has O and K to mean everything is copacetic and cool. Do the etymological research on it, and you will find that is tied to a Mandinka word about being cool. The word banana, we can go ad nauseum with the nomenclature. As a matter of fact, I even asked the fundamental question: what would Southern cooking be without the African understanding of how to put things together in the first place to make a delicacy to be consumed? There is no Southern cooking because what they brought over here from England, they still call it that. They even have the English muffin. So the point is that we have all of this wealth and we keep thinking that somehow we don't have anything. That's the trick of the enemy. But men were stripped of any form of pride and self-respect by being humiliated in front of his family. This is from Souls of Black Folk by W. Du Bois. Women were often taken from their husbands and raped at their owner's discretion, which further diminished the Black man's sense of self-worth as well as the woman's self-esteem. Look at what W. Du Bois describes here. He describes the process of the psychological breaking down of a population, where a man who is supposed to be at some level a defender and a protector on the periphery, as they are among the Maasai, making things happen. However, being sodomized and brutalized, and then not even able to protect his wife from being raped, and all of these things are happening in front of him. That's a process of trauma that I contend we still have within us that we have to heal from. Children were psychologically traumatized by witnessing, according to Orlando Patterson, the daily degradation of their parents at the hands of the slaveholders. To the trauma of observing their parents' humiliation was later added that are being sexually exploited by the Euro Americans on and off the estate as the children grew older. As a matter of fact, the word MF comes from the process of psychologically disrupting a young man who was taken from his mother when he was born early on. He never knew his mother. She was a young breeder woman and reintroduced back to her. And when he was made a breeder, he had no idea, she had no idea. And then he was made to breed with her and then say that you were MF. That's a psychologically traumatizing experience. And so we understand research by Diaz and Resler says that there is a way to have in mice the pass down epigenetics, the pass down of trauma from one generation to the next, because they had these mice that would be shocked and then they would have the smell of the orange blossom or vice versa. Orange blossom smell, and then they would be shocked, and they would then associate the orange blossom smell with the shock of the discomfort of the pain from electrocution. And then these mice would have children, pups, and these pups would grow up and they would give them the orange smell of the orange blossom, and their bodies would have a visceral response to that orange blossom, though they had never been shocked. And then these pups would grow up and they would have pups, and they would have the smell of the orange blossom, and these pups would have a visceral response, which means then that the adaptation to trauma was passed down genetically. Right. And so we have some things within us that we are responding to this trauma that has never been addressed. What point have we had a moment in time where somebody said, this is who you would have been prior to the incursion of your prison, prior to all of this trauma that we describe here, prior to the degradation and the sodomization, prior to the lynching and castration, prior to all of these things? This is who you would have been prior to the sterilization process, prior to all of that stuff. This is what you would have been, right? So we know about the Gorée Island prison in Senegal, is what we call it. That's some kind of Gorée castle. 88 acres of land in Dakar, Senegal, and it was a holding station. Estimated over 20 million Africans passed through the island between the 1500s and 1800s. And who was involved? The Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, and the British. And they all fought and killed each other for the trade, meaning that the population that they were fighting for had great value and worth to their economic well-being. Black labor, white wealth. We know about Elmina, the mine, the dungeon in Ghana, West Africa, erected by the Portuguese in 1482. It was established for the purpose of conveniently shipping and selling enslaved Africans. This is after Reborn in Blackness. This is after there was a fight back, a recoil of Africans saying, listen, you are exploiting us with getting all this gold. Something is happening here. So they begin to fight back. And so the empire, the Ghanaian empire, then fought back, and that gives rise to the Malian empire. And so they begin to export people. We know about Kunta Kinte Island in the Gambia. It was again a transport station on the River Gambia. The Europeans, the British, wanted to control the waterway, which is why the Gambia sits inside of Senegal. And one of the stations that they had one called it Georgetown, was further up, and then this one, Kunta Kinte Island, which was James Island, then St. Andrews Island. But this island, it was renamed by the Jacksons and the former president, he's not late, he's still alive, Jammeh, to Kunta Kinte Island. And this was a space where so-called explorers and merchants wanted a route to India, and they would stop off and pick up a shipment of Africans there in the Senegambia region. And so this is why we do a lot of our work in that process, in that area. So we learn about this thing that's supposed to have freed Blacks in America, which has some serious flaws in it. I'm not going to go into Emancipation Proclamation or Juneteenth, because that's a good narrative, but I don't want to go into that. So simply say that there's this good discussion about who freed who, and reality comes from the inveterable spirit of African people to free themselves, because they knew who they were prior to the experience of the enslavement, and there still has been a fight against the incursion of Europeans. If there wasn't the case, then why would they have after the prior to the Emancipation Proclamation, there was the Black Codes from 1830 to 1860, which restricted the rights of Africans to move around in a given space. What I want to show is what has been operating in opposition to Black men and boys. I want to show that clearly, because we keep analyzing the problem as if something just happened today, that is just happening right now, that the issue is what's going on with Black men today, that they are lazy, that they don't want to do things, that they are hypersexual, when there were breeding plantations already set in place. There were things already set against them over and over again. We cannot keep analyzing the situation from a European perspective, right? By saying that all they have to do is just get up. No, there's something that we have to be able to examine more deeply. What has got ingrained in the DNA? And so there were African Black mistreatment in Indiana. No Negro or mulatto shall come in and settle into the space. This was the same statement that also was for the state of Washington, and that they will be shot on sight if they were seen in that place. Then there were the Black codes of 1865, right? So it was the Emancipation Proclamation was one thing, but then you have the reinstatement of the same conversation in the form of Black codes. So people say that Black people have been free since 1865, 1863, 1862, whatever thing you want to look at. And the reality is that that is not true. Look at what they said in Mississippi. Negroes must have an annual contract for their labor in writing, must have an annual contract, which means they must work. That's enslavement. In South Carolina, persons of color contracting for services were to be known as servants, and those who they contracted with as masters. That is the same thing as slavery. That's the same horse of a different color, same dog, different spots, right? So we have to recognize that this process of who we are and where we find ourselves is not, and I'm not excusing anything, it's not simply a function of being docile. See, we get confused between the idea of the image and the projection. The projector projects the image what we see. We respond to the image, but not understanding the projector. What is the thing that's causing the image to come out on the screen? We have to be clear about the two and distinguish the two from one another. Jim Crow laws follow the process of the Black codes. This is critical, because when we recognize the Jim Crow laws and what happened with who could eat where and who could do what, I'm just simply sharing with us the things that have been debilitating, that have caused the condition that we find ourselves in. We want to analyze things. We want to have these very simplistic analysis of who we are and what we are, what we're all about. All it is that Black folks are lazy. That is not the case. That is not the case. You would not get a lazy person to come do work for you. That doesn't make any sense, right? All the things that were created and invented by African genius indicates that it's not laziness or lack of intellect. There's something else. And we have to defy the lie of our own inferiority. We have to do a better job of inoculation. And how do we do it? We do it by transferring information like this and say, let me explain to you some things about where we find ourselves and what has been debilitating to our existence and how we believe the thing that is to be untrue. So we have the Jim Crow laws in the South and what happened there and the effects of the Jim Crow laws, that there was over 50 years of destruction to a population. So you have to come out of enslavement, you have to go to the Black codes, then go to Jim Crow laws, and look at what happened. And people, it amazes me how many of us want to go see the movie called The Purge, but don't know our history. Read the book called The Second by Carol Anderson. She writes in The Second about the various elements of the Second Amendment and how Black people were disallowed from having guns and why they were disallowed from having guns, buying ammunition in various throughout the United States. But what happened? They would go into communities where men have been fought in World War I or World War II and find out who had guns, take their guns, then go in and just kill up an entire community. These are facts. These are things that took place. We know about Rosewood. We know about Tulsa. Do we know about some of these other things? So during the 18-month period of time, from June 30th, 1868, the Reconstruction violence took place. Listed over 197 murders and 540 cases of aggravated assault in North Carolina and South Carolina. Additional reports in South Carolina cite 108 Blacks killed, right? And in Edgefield and Lauren counties in South Carolina, bands of regulators or armed men roamed the countryside, mistreating Blacks, killing and maiming. This is the idea of the purge, cutting off ears. And this trauma continued. This is post the proclamation Emancipation Proclamation. We want to show this idea of terror and trauma. So when we hear about Ahmaud Arbery, when we hear about Sandra Bland, when we hear about Michael Brown, it is not a new phenomenon. This is something that has been passed on in a population that knows exactly how they've been functioning. The issue is that we haven't said this is how they've been functioning and how to be on guard. That is why we got to talk about the issue of stay woke. Right, in Louisiana, over 200 persons were killed or injured prior to the election of 1868. The idea of the Reconstruction conversation, the 120 corps, that is when we talk about this idea right now of what's going on in Louisiana and districts of voting, it is not a new thing. We keep treating like, oh, it's new. This is 1868. How many years ago are we talking? We're talking 1968, that's at least 100, and then we got to add more to that. So the point is that we're talking about 150 years of the same stuff. And that they went on Negro hunts and threw Black men and women, primarily Black men, in the Red River in Bossier Parish. I grew up next to Bossier Parish and Caddo Parish, across the bridge. I grew up where the Red River is. Didn't know the narratives. Between 1868 and 1871, there were 371 cases of political violence in Alabama. That is, again, the moving and shifting voting rights. And it was not about voting. I want to be clear about this. It was about how the influence of a population could put certain whites in office to do certain things. And so they were concerned about how the support would actually influence who would be in power. In Louisiana, 297 persons were killed in 1 month alone in parishes and counties close to New Orleans between 1868 and 1871, in large part because of controlling them for having firearms. It's important because in that state, they disallowed Blacks from having a firearm. I just want to share the narrative. What has come against the population? Because we do this armchair analysis without going deep. In May 1918, a Black woman, Mary Turner, people have heard this story, was lynched. She asked the fundamental question, why is my husband going through all of this? And so she was pregnant and she was set afire, hung from her feet, and as they cut her belly open, and as the baby let out one cry, the mobs crushed the baby with their boot, right? This is a traumatizing situation. These things happen. People say that land was lost. I just want to share. I'm really wanting to unpack something, and this is a part of the book that we have called "Elevating the Warrior Spirit in Black Men." I'm only taking out pieces and parts of it because we share what happened and what is going on and what is a part of the process that we are having to contend with. Right? So that we can begin to have analysis of what to do about it. You cannot go into a medical facility and get assistance and support without having proper analysis of what is the problem. Doc, I don't feel good. That's fine, but where you don't feel good, what is, how long has it happened? This is the analysis, and this is not the analysis for the sake of wanting somebody to feel bad. This is the analysis saying, watch the process, watch the repeating of the same process, and then determine what to do next. It is a fool who cannot see what is going on and think something's going to happen differently, or say this way, doing the same thing, expecting different results. Talking about all you have to do is put your hands on the steering wheel and so forth and so on. This stuff is deeper than just simply acquiescing and accommodating. It is understanding historical legacy to understand how to navigate in an experience with some insight, wisdom, and understanding. But let us get understanding. So let's be clear that land was taken from our people, and so the farmers sued in 97, 98. They were able to gather some money. I'm not going to go through this long narrative. That's what you know about the Pigfoot conversation. And so if Pigfoot conversation comes up where people are able to recoup 1.25 billions of dollars from what had been taken from them, imagine how many families had been disrupted because land was taken from them unjustly. Imagine how a man must feel when he has to face his family because he cannot provide for his family because there's something happening with how the farming is being done and the land is being taken away. Men in some areas, for example, they got a car loan from a certain place, it was Alabama, that was talked about, Mississippi as well. Got a car loan from this guy, white guy, if they missed one payment, by a day, by an hour, the land was taken. So we have to look at what did this mean for generational wealth building? As we have a paralysis of analysis, I mean, people want to analyze stuff from a very a crane position. What does it mean to a family to lose their land, to lose the thing that you're utilizing to build your wealth? We cannot talk about Black folk don't understand, don't know land. I mean, they selling off stuff. Let's be clear. There's a history here, and psychological history that has to be addressed. So on February 18, 2010, attorneys added some more money to something that made it $1.25 billion to folks that were living. Some people had already died, had heart attacks, suffered. Men had suffered heartache and pain, the humiliation of all of this stuff. The real purge, World War I. Let me show you what happened even prior to that. World War I caused an increase in the price of cotton. Whites were benefiting from this process, while Blacks were losing money at about $1,000 up to $1,250 per month, which would be about $21,000 today. Losing that not per month, per year. And so there was a problem. And the Blacks began to organize and began to say, wait a minute, let's work some things out. Progressive Farmers and Household Union came together. And so some folks in Elaine, Arkansas heard about this organization process. So these men got together, about 200 or so men got together in this church and say, hey, what we're going to do about it? But they had the sense to know to put somebody on the periphery. And I said, so some whites heard about the meeting, as some Negro would always go tell somebody what's going on. And these men, somebody said something, a white man, a shot was fired. The U.S. government was involved in this entire process about how to facilitate or not facilitate these folks getting their due pay for what's going on. A white man was killed, and as well as a special agent that was involved in the process. And so what happened is that whites from Mississippi and Arkansas got together, and they came into Elaine, Arkansas. Read about it. Came into Elaine, Arkansas, and just began to kill. They first of all said, give us, anybody has guns, give them up. We're coming in, we're not gonna do anything. And as soon as they did that, they went in and started killing, hunting down, chasing folks left and right in Elaine, Arkansas. This was not only Elaine, Arkansas. We can talk about a story in Colfax, Louisiana. Very similar narrative. We have the narratives over and over and over again, right? And so we want to have this armchair analysis. And so we know again about Tulsa. We know about Rosewood. We hear about those. There are others that we have not heard about. Elaine is one of those. Colfax is another. There are many others that we could talk about where this happened in Georgia, Atlanta, the Atlanta riots, a very similar process of going in, purging a population. We don't have to go see a movie called The Purge. If we studied our own history, we would see that this is something that has been there. Part of the reason why we're going to talk about it is because we are afraid that if we talk about it, our children are going to grow up hating, our children are going to grow up upset or depressed or sad. We need to talk about it so that they will know. This is how things flow. People don't understand what has taken place. We go over into Africa, and we were over there going over to Kunta Kinte Island, and many of we took some young folks with us, and they were just kind of smiling and giggling and taking pictures, and they don't recognize who we are. They don't recognize they're with us. They don't recognize that we are the ones that survived the stuff to be able to come back, right? We have to do a better job of telling the story, not only here, but there as well, so that we will know each other, right? The U.S. government had tactics by which they would have farmers to do what they do. They had sharecroppers and had people who were seeking to own their land. And so the only way that you could make it in this space, because remember, you're coming out of enslavement, is that you have to get a loan to be able to get farm equipment, supplies, and livestock. And so the way this worked out was that they made a decision, that is, a U.S. government who was given their loans, they would determine how much things should cost. They would determine how many eggs should be yielded from per household based on the loan. How many cattle, all this stuff was counted out, so much so that that folks have to find ways to have undisclosed land to form to generate private income out of the eye of the U.S. government, because the main idea was that they wanted people to come under every year so that they could have them in debt for perpetuity, and then charge them more, and then say that here's why we can't give you this loan again, and then take their land. So this is historical. Now, I'm not talking about something that I read about. I'm gonna tell you, and this story right here is about my own family, and I got this from my elders telling me the narrative. My mother was the main one that started off the narrative, and others added more to it. And the storyline is very simple. The storyline is that my grandparents were very concerned about getting their loan from the government to be able to do the farming for their children. They were not sharecroppers. They owned the house, and the family owned the land. And they had to be very concerned about that. And so Sunday before they were going to church, there are 4 children that my grandparents had. My mother was the youngest of the 4. There were 3 girls and 1 son. And so a white man comes to the space and says that if you want this loan on Monday, let me take one of your daughters for the night, and that'll guarantee you your loan. And my mother is at that time, she's 5, 6, 7 years old. And so my other siblings are teenagers. And so they are saying, my aunt, teenagers. And so he said, let us take one of your daughters for the night. And my grandfather articulated very clearly, get your self off of my land. And he went on to church. A day or two later, he does get the loan. As he is driving to go back and do some farming on a tractor, he dies in a tractor accident mysteriously. This is a true narrative. The other part of the narrative is that because of the counting and measuring that was happening, they had an undisclosed space that they did grow crops to be able to bring in money, because they knew that they could not bring in the money based on what they were regulated to do. This was what took place in this country. Now, you have a family that has lost the father. I've lost a grandfather. The family went into disarray, right? With children being born shortly thereafter, early on, and so forth and so on. And I'm not saying that was a problem about the children being born. My point is that it was a disruption based on a man taking a stand by saying to get off my land. But he was a warrior nevertheless. And so we stand in that position right now. The warrior spirit has been alive and well. Also in Louisiana in '64, you have the Deacons for Defense. People don't talk about some of these narratives. In Jonesboro, Louisiana, didn't know about that until I was older. Somebody told me about it, and how they stood up and to help Blacks go vote and do other things, but as people were protesting in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, right? We also hear about the Black Panther Party. And look at what they call. They call the Black Panther Party for self-defense, right? The Deacons for Defense, defending against what? The incursion of Europeans. Revolutionary organization started in '66. This is '64, '66 in Oakland, California. Huey Newton and Bobby Seals met at Merritt College. All right, and so they began to say we must have armed resistance against this population. So they began to rebuff the nonviolent protesters. They began to watch certain things taking place. It was when this movement came about that things began to shift. There were other armed movements. My point is that we have examples of the warrior spirit being elevated against the opposition. I'm not advocating at any point here that one should go around taking up arms. My point is, what happens when the warrior spirit says enough is enough? How do we begin to address the transgenerational trauma that has taken place within a population? How do we understand the events of trauma? The media projects Black inferiority, educational projection of European superiority. This is the question about the woke conversation and curricula. How do we stand as warriors, as men, as women, how do we stand to make sure that we don't continue to have the media projection of Black inferiority? We're doing a fantastic job of showing some of the things in social media, on YouTube and other spaces. We're showing the other side of the conversation. Educational system projects European superiority. That is the conversation that happens with the war on woke, the the Florida conversation, the College Board conversation, is that it is predicated on Europeans being presented as superior. We don't have the luxury to just stand around, to sit around and look. The warrior spirit stands up and says, let us reorganize the curricula. If that means doing what 100 Black men and others have done, start schools. We know that Babaji Akoto and others in Washington, D.C. started schools. The CB, Council of Independent Black Institutions. They started these things for the purpose of making sure that our children gain some knowledge and insight into who they are through the curricula that they receive. Disparities in healthcare. We saw this take place with COVID, how we were vulnerable to various to COVID, which indicates something else that is there. We have to do a better job. We have all these people coming out as physicians, but are we addressing the challenges? That's the warrior spirit of challenges that are facing our people. Economic inequities. How do we address those? We have to stop trying to go in and manipulate a system. I have students who talk about, I started a business, but they don't have an EIN for a business, but you don't have a business. You're just doing stuff. Talk about, I sell t-shirts. No, you sell decals on t-shirts because you don't control the manufacturing distribution of the t-shirt. So we have to talk about economic inequities. How do we begin to address those in a way that's meaningful? There were these scientists that were in this particular village, and the village had this water coming from the river that was contaminated. And so they had a process by which they would purify the water. But one scientist said this is futile, so he left. And they thought that he left the project, but he went upstream. And what he discovered with it was that there was a dead cow at the tributary leading to the river. So he removed the dead cow, and then the water downstream was all clear. My point is, sometimes if we want to deal with the economic inequities, we can't just simply try to stay at in the putrefied water, the toxic water. We have to go upstream and deal with the issue of production and distribution. That's where we have to go. Racial profiling is something that is very, very much alive and well, and it continues to exist. And the sad part about it is that many of us believe the racial profiling. We believe some of the stuff that has taken place without analyzing with any degree of real deep insight and thought about the horrific treatment that we've encountered from other people, right? If we begin to examine just the process of enslavement alone, the raping that's been mentioned, so forth, the pillaging, then who is really a criminal in this space? And again, this is not something to cast any disparaging content on anybody. This is about the truth. The truth will make you free. When our children live in the truth, and that's not to say that we don't do criminal acts. That's not even the point. The point is everybody does criminal acts, but who then created a condition by which, after enslavement ended, that slavery by another name, another book you must read, that they created a condition that you could trump up charges on somebody, incarcerate them, because slavery is illegal in this country with the exception of being found guilty of a crime. So you could trump up charges, and then now they're back incarcerated again. There is a real business to the prison industrial complex. There's a real business to racial profiling. There's a business when you talk about having privatized prisons, that there is a business to prisons. And the business is to make sure their population is perpetually criminalized so that they'll have a source of income or resources to work from. The hundreds of dollars that they get per day, per head in a private prison is quite telling. The fact that the United States leads the world in incarceration, they have more people incarcerated in the United States than they have in China, and China has more people to incarcerate. The business of such. So there's a business to racial profile. We have to do a better job of not simply saying how to avoid it, but do a better job of also being on the other side of influencing policy. All right, excessive involvement with the penal system has already been articulated. Mental health misdiagnosis, right? The field of psychology has done a horrific job of disparaging the mental wellness of a population. Samuel Cartwright gave Blacks who escaped the plantation, gave them a mental disorder called drapetomania. That is the flee from home madness. Created the condition, or dysesthesia ethiopica, that because they stated they had habitude of mind, that their skin was thicker, that they were slower, nervous system was slower. The Tuskegee experiment was predicated on the fact that Africans' systems of their immune system was very different from that of whites. That when syphilis got into whites, it went up the central nervous system, went to the brain. For blacks, it went into the respiratory system, right? And so it impacted the respiratory system, not the brain, because their system, their physiology was not as developed as that of whites. This was all tied to psychology. We talk about Samuel Cartwright. We talk about again Galton and Herbert Spencer and this conversation of survival of the fittest and those kind of things, and the sterilization laws. Lewis Terman, the first IQ test in this country. This is all tied to psychology and mental wellness, and they always advantage Europeans as having the greater aspect of intellect. Lewis Terman was the developer of the Stanford-Binet test. The first IQ test developed in the United States came from Binet, Simone Binet out of France. And his test, he said that dullness was very common among the American Indian of the Southwest and very, very common among the Negro. And so his test found it that that Africans or blacks were found somehow inferior. And so we have to be clear that Terman was also a part of the human betterment movement in California. The human betterment movement determined who should be sterilized and who should not be sterilized. And to determine who did that, they utilized Lewis Terman's test called the Stanford-Binet test, because he had the only IQ test developed in the world that determined who should be sterilized. Fast forward that to Mississippi and Fannie Lou Hamer, who goes into a hospital for appendicitis or some other issues, has an operation, and doesn't discover until later when she gets married and cannot have children that she had a hysterectomy. And this was called the Mississippi appendectomy, where they would take Black women and they would sterilize them without them knowing that it had happened, right? But tied to diagnosis, a mental health diagnosis, because they were not mentally fit to be able to procreate. This is a disruption in the process of development of a population. Why are we talking about history? Because we have to understand, how do we get it? We keep analyzing it as if somehow the thing that we see just started today. And even talk about political disenfranchisement. All these things are there. And so now we pause for a moment and ask the question, what toll does all of this ill treatment have on Black people? How have Blacks been able to cope with the years of racism, oppression, dehumanization? And what are the noteworthy strengths of Black people that can inform the world about resilience? I will pause. I don't know if we have a way to put stuff in the chat, put some responses in the chat, but I just simply want to have a moment where we stop and we have an exchange. What toll do you think this has had on the Black people? Anybody can put something in the chat.
Yes, we can take questions in the chat. Richard also has a question in there. Are you able to see it? Because I know you're presenting.
One of the critical healing questions is, do we understand our value and worth? Second question is, do we see our greatness? Okay, got it. Yes. We'll get there. The Black psyche. Can anybody respond? What toll? Roxana, how can we do this? I want to make sure that that is interactive. I don't want to have it all just straight.
Yes, so everyone can put it in the chat, or we can put, I think we can still do a poll. But the poll is, I don't think the poll is a good format. So if everyone can just respond to the question. Can you ask it again, Dr. Washington?
What toll does all this ill treatment that we have on Black people? What do you think is the answer to that? Looking to the chat. And how have Black people been able to cope? What are some noteworthy strengths? I see that there are people here. It looks like somebody's here. All right, I see you coming through. Suicide and addiction. Good one. Good too. When we talk about suicide, it was mentioned earlier about the leading cause of death. Leading cause of death for Black males between the ages 18 and 24 is homicide. And also we have to recognize that there's also the function of suicide by homicide, which probably makes it all more important to talk about.
Dr. Washington, I have a comment for you. Andrea Brown said we don't have enough time to talk about the toll.
Okay. That's a comment. So how much time do we have? Because I'll move with the next.
Oh, no, no, that was her comment. That was the answer to your question. We don't have enough time.
Got you. Time is not there. So there were other things that were enacted sundown.
And you have another comment in the chat that just came through. There might be a delay.
Solid. Okay. Things coming through. I say people disappearing. Now, don't you leave. This is the interaction piece. I haven't gotten to the solution yet. The impact, generations, drugs, other health issues, many other things can happen. I think therapy is a great tool to use. Okay, so good. So let's go into that. So we know then that we cannot use Western thought to examine African phenomena because they will not talk about the impact of the torture, the rape, the dehumanization, degradation, because they don't understand it. Therapy is to the soul and our spirit what a cast is to a broken arm. Therapy provides structure for the healing to take place. If the person has no knowledge of the broken arm before it was broken, what it looked like, then there will be no way to engage in the process of mending. So many times we talk about therapy, but if the therapist operates from a Eurocentric mind space, you're utilizing European nomenclature. This is why we talk about we have PTSD, and I say that it's not possible to have PTSD when the stuff is ongoing. Post means, I included it so that I could say it. Post means that you're past it. When we have the ongoing processes of trauma, it is not post, it's persistent enslavement systemic trauma. It is an ongoing process. The protracted residual effects of enslavement experience on psycho-spiritual well-being, psychological devastation, spiritual disruption, emotional destabilization, economic disinheritance, political disenfranchisement. These things are part of the process that we have to examine that's impacting us. Trauma impacts on the mental, emotional, and physical domains. Data has been presented earlier. Adult Blacks are more than 20% more likely to report serious psychological distress. So what do we do about this? Adult Blacks living below poverty are three times likely to report serious psychological distress, right? These things are there. What is the diagnosis for experiencing the trauma across generation? How can we use a European discussion? We cannot do that, right? Let's look at children in school, the school challenges. Educational deprivation begins a trajectory towards negative economic and social consequences for Black boys, according to Holzman. Black males are often wrongly placed in special ed classes as a result of discriminatory policies and receive much harsher penalties such as expulsion for similar classroom infractions when compared to whites. I want to be clear here. I'm slowing down to show what is obvious, but I want to show something else here. That this is something that is coming in opposition to Black male development. If we talked about enslavement, if we talked about the purge, and we talked about this in 2010, we're saying this is happening. This is the assault. This is what Sister Brown was talking about earlier about the airplane conversation with the person who's not quite understanding the endangered species, the issues about a population that is perpetually under attack for annihilation. So if in education, and education is compulsory in this country up until age 16, which means that a person or child is required to go into educational system, but they're required to go into the education system to learn about who they're not, to learn about the inferiority. And this then sets the stage for inferiority. Faye Belgrave and Rivard states that African-American boys have a lot of potential stresses even relative to African-American girls. Researchers further report as they get old and move into adolescence, they face racism and discrimination that other racial ethnic groups simply don't face to the same extent, right? And so this points to, again, the assault on the mind of Black boys in school. How might these stresses impact the mental and physical well-being of Black boys and men? This is critical questions that we have to be able to answer, address. We can't simply say we're going to go in and we're going to do therapy because we're going to help them get right because they're doing this other behavior. The question becomes, what are they having to address? Why is it important to attack and assault them? Because psychologically, because they represent the strongest of the strong. What role can mental health professionals play in the process of addressing these stresses? We have to do a better job. That's why the Black Mental Health Alliance is so important, because it's about the realignment of how we do the work. Especially the Black psychologists potentially can do some of the same things. The Black social workers are doing some of the work, right? The Black nurses. How do we align the work to address this issue of the assault of Black boys? We cannot say, as Black men, as the Maasai can say, are the children okay? We can't answer that because we are not on the periphery making sure that the interior is secure. We're not in spaces to influence and impact change. We're not, or we have to do a better job of creating institutions and with their Saturday schools, other things to inoculate our Black boys from being annihilated with the educational system. This is a process. Eric Elcom talks about how the condition worse, the plight deepens when it gets to employment. Research suggests that a large number of poorly educated Black men are becoming more disconnected from the mainstream society and therefore creating a condition of criminality. And that begins to fuel the prison industrial complex, which then puts them right back in slavery all over again. So being rejected creates an attitude of rejecting the world around them. So this feeling of rejection and not being connected, which is why we say that we begin with Ubuntu as our issue. Look at this, Black boys in America, even when they come from wealthier parents, will not, the most likely will not enjoy that wealth being passed on. White boys who grew up in rich family will remain that way. Black boys raised wealthy are more likely to become poor than stay wealthy in their own adult households. Why is it the case? This is heavy because there is a system in place that if you don't understand how to navigate an economic system, we have to do a better job of talking about economics to our children, not having them be afraid of income taxes, not having them to be afraid of this the boogie monster of earning, not the money, right? You can't get enough money. You will never have enough money. I'm gonna just say that money is not where your wealth is. Right? Being rich and wealthy are two different things. But how do we talk about economics to our families? Right? This is the act of protecting them. And we'll talk more about the practical steps, but I just want to be clear that we cannot say our boys are all right if we're not in a space to facilitate generational wealth. And it doesn't mean to become unlike ourselves. It doesn't mean to start business like other people. It means to do things that can impact positive change. It means that we have to go upstream. You can't simply stay downstream trying to make changes. It means we have to impact changes throughout the entire system. Unemployment of Blacks is twice that of whites. In 2010, there was 16.7. We understand this for Black men, 7.7. Unemployment then is a way to identify manhood. A part of being a warrior is being able to protect, defend, and extend the family. If we have an issue by which Black men during enslavement could not protect the family, and if we have a situation by which they are debilitated from doing so in 2010, in 2000, and the same thing happened in 2020, we see some of the same phenomena, the same numbers. Blacks are graduating at higher rates than those in the 1960s, but there are higher rates of suspension among Black males in secondary education. So that whereas they're getting out of school, they're being suspended. What does suspension do? It sets the stage for the prison industrial complex. Are we on the periphery making sure that the children are all right? Underemployment. Black workers with a college degree are more likely to be unemployed than similarly educated whites. A heavy conversation. When they are employed, Black workers with a college or advanced degree are more likely to be than their counterparts to be underemployed, employed beneath their skills and abilities. Almost 40% are in the job that typically does not require a college degree. Why? Because there's the presumption of incompetence. It does not matter what degree you have. We get so caught up into the institution that we attended. Well, my child attended this institution, that institution. Hey, listen, I'm an advocate of HBCU for a variety of reasons. I just want to be clear about that. But the other part about it is that it's not going to give you a leg up. I want to have a better opportunity. No, the issue is that when you know yourself, that gives you a leg up. When you know the power that's within, that gives you a leg up. That's something that happens at HBCU that didn't happen at the white schools that I attended. I felt like I was a part of, even with all of the stuff that went on that didn't make any sense, that still doesn't make any sense. There was a sense of ownership, agency, right? The things that I felt a part of and feel connected to. And so that's important. We have to understand that even when one is underemployed, one has to be able to know that they have value and worth. I've worked in a certain space, a certain institution where these folks told me that I wasn't happy at this white institution with a PhD. I have had a situation by which this is personal stuff, where I've had a spouse that had a degree at an HBCU, and we were both there. And all of a sudden they bring in these non-Black people to work at the institution. And one of them alone made more than we made together. Unemployment and being underpaid is real. This is not something that we're making up. But the issue is that what's your inoculation? It's knowing who you are. So how does underemployment impact Black men? How does it impact the Black family? What happened in the context of all of that stuff happening to us, occurring? The divorce took place, children and so forth and so on, a disruption in the family fabric. This is not something hypothetical. This is not something I'm reading in the book. These are lived experiences and talking to men about them, these things. How does this inform what we do as a therapist and how we approach Black men? We approach it from a position of empowerment. That is, we have to understand that discrimination is a deleterious effect on Black men and predictive of stress, outcomes from boyhood all the way through manhood, rage, anger, frustration, bitterness, resentment, grief, and despair are a part of what happens. And socioeconomic status may buffer the effects. However, it will not change or correct it. We did research where we looked at zip code and life expectancy, and even Blacks who lived in affluent zip code had a life expectancy that was similar to folks who were impoverished. Because why? The rage, the anger, the frustration, the bitterness, the resentment, the anguish, the guilt, the shame still was there destroying them. People die more from what's eating them than from what they're eating. So we have to do a better job of addressing the stigma that goes along with who we are as a people, and the stigma of what it means to be an inferior. We're not an inferior population. We have to deal with this, the psychological effects of such. The fight or flight mechanism and increased adrenaline, catecholamine, and cortisol increases. These things set the stage for hypertension, diabetes, set the stage for all types of cancer. And so we have to understand the limbic system controls the brain structure in the body. So we're not talking simply about a psychological phenomenon. The amygdala, septum, and the hippocampus deal with the issue of memory, recall, deals with how the body regulates certain things. And so we know then that when we begin to function, the stress of living under the condition of oppression creates the condition for, again, high blood pressure, poor glucose regulation, lowered immune system, and coronary heart disease. The cortisol begins to build up in the arteries. It comes because adrenaline has kicked in. Adrenaline says, let's do something that's fight or flight. When you're under constant stress and duress, you're in a fight or flight mode all the time. It's like having a car accelerator pressed down to the floor and the car is not going anywhere. It begins to burn out. And so the adrenaline is to be used to engage in some action of fighting or running. And so if you don't have that to do, you have everything to move, to burn the adrenaline off. Cortisol then is in the bloodstream. As it builds up in the bloodstream, it causes plaque to build up on the arteries. As a result of that, the heart has to pump harder, high blood pressure. Then over a period of time, there's blockage, and then you have coronary heart disease. It's not theoretical. This is practical. This is real. My father died from coronary heart disease associated with diabetes. It's real stuff. Brother wanted to go do certain things in the military, some other places, and they gave us some false reason as to why he couldn't do the certain things that he was trying to do to provide for his family. Real talk. This is not some theoretical stuff. I have the theory. I can tie it back into practical experiences. I can tell you that every Black man in my life that grew up, every uncle, my father, all died before age 60. Real talk, because of dealing with a lot of stuff. The allostatic load is that we have to do a better job. Are the children all right? Are we doing all right? Are we doing all right by ourselves? We have to do a better job with it. The allostatic load is defined as a cumulative burden of chronic stress of life events, right? And life events create conditions when the environmental challenges exceed the individual's ability to cope. Then allostatic load overload ensues. Prolonged effects of allostatic load has been already mentioned about, again, high cortisol, overeating, obesity, the issue of visceral fat in the midsection. Men tend to get the weight in the middle. Women get the weight on the arms and the thighs. High blood pressure, glucose regulation, lowered immune system, and that leads to some other serious problems. Death matters. For Black men and boys, young men experience high rates of homicide, suicide, and incarceration. Homicide is a leading cause of death. And how do we begin to address this? We have to begin to address it by getting down into knowing who we are. Do we recognize the power of the Black man in fatherhood? Study using a national sample of 1,600 individuals, 10 to 13 years old, found that children who shared important ideas with their fathers and who perceived the amount of time they spent with their fathers as excellent had fewer behavior problems and lived in more cognitively stimulated homes than their peers who did not share important ideas or view the amount of time they spent with their fathers as excellent. It's important to recognize that what a father means to our children. What does it mean to be a man in the life of the children? It means that there's something that is transmitted around safety. That is how we know, and the children are okay. Means well-being. I'm good in the world. Whereas it is suggested that women, mothers predict academic success. Fathers in the lives of children predict success in life. And that has to be acknowledged. Father-child interactions have been shown to promote a child's well-being, perceptual abilities, and competency for relatedness with others, even as a young child. That happens early on, how people relate to others, learning life skills. In a study of 254 African-American male adolescent boys living with both biological parents who are most likely to cite father as role model, 96% compared to only 40% of those not living with their fathers, and were more likely to stay in school. We have to recognize why Black men are important. We set the example. We give the structure for what it means to be. We heard the experiment was an experiment where the elephants, adolescent elephants, were running rampant in Kenya, and when they put in the bull elephants, the elephants got in order. It's important to recognize that a survey of African American men revealed that men who had experienced a positive relationship with a father who cared and sacrificed for them were more likely to be responsible fathers themselves. That is, being the example. But if there's incarceration, if there is removal of the father by virtue of academics and poor academics and being put on the lower level of special ed programs, if there is a denial of the importance of who we are as a people, a denial of the importance of men, and we have a narrative that keeps running over and over again about deadbeat dad and so forth and so on. And when we do analysis, CDC shows something that's very differently, that a whole lot of dads are not taking care financially of folks. I have literally been in courtrooms going down, and I've seen the hallways in the courtrooms of people dealing with the parental custody and child support issues. And almost every time it was 90% Black and brown in those hallways. And I know that whites are getting divorced too. Why are they not showing up in the court system? Because something else is happening that we have to be aware of. We have to do a better job of not trying to take Black men through the coals, break them through the coals, but finding ways to elevate so that people can be in position to be a better role model for children. Using nationally representative sample data show that those born in the city, right? The issue of broken homes or whatever broken homes mean, the issue of self-sufficiency was there. The CDC said over 50% of the moms and dad reported, this is on Black fathers, the parenthood was important. But I want to show this. Black fathers, 7% were most involved with their children. Studies also indicate that when Black fathers take on a second family, that is that they move in, that they marry someone else with children, they become a father figure to that family, involved in those children's lives as if they were their own. It's important to understand this. A brother friend of mine, Nifley and Brown, wrote about this, about the 4 periods of African manhood that we have to be aware of. Initial depiction started there of the enslavement. That's how we usually talk about it. The reinforcement uses of films to slander Black men, confusion, various depiction of Black males that in the media that began to challenge those things with Malcolm X and others. And then there's quantification from civil rights to the present. Racialized media images influence the perception of physical safety, relationships, and economic mobility of health. And so these are some 4 periods of Black manhood that they identified in America. What is manhood? Right? So we talk about 2 things that we have to look at. We often think about reactionary manhood, not expressive manhood. And so we hear this conversation about hypermasculinity, that Black men suffer from hypermasculinity. Well, some part of the behavior is compensatory for the context of being able to survive in an environment. However, is it really hypermasculinity when we don't even understand what Black maleness, manhood is all about? That's what Dr. Akbar was talking about very early on. So we talk about reactionary manhood. That is manhood that simply tries to react to what's happening around them. And some say that becomes the dynamics of the thug, trying to figure out how to be thorough, as they say in DC. And so you have the reactionary manhood, that is that because I've been denied the full expression of what it means to be a boy, and I can't see an example of what it means to be a man, my reaction, my warrior spirit is still coming out. It's still going to be expressed, but without the proper guidance of what to do with it, it becomes more like a pariah in society. So that's where, with the suicide and the homicide, because there's no structure to say this is who you really are, this is how you function. And Black men have to do a better job of taking a stand, being present. Don't simply say that you can be anything you want to be, and yet we are being unlike ourselves. Well, this is the white man's world. No, this is divinely inspired to be everybody's world. We have to take a stand and recognize that they see our value and worth, but do we understand our value and worth? Our value and worth is depicted every single time you see a Black man on a basketball court with a no-look pass, a dribble, a slam dunk, with Tiger Woods and knocking a little white ball all across a green course, right? When you see a yellow ball being hit by Arthur Ashe, but then later on you get the Williams system. When you see all this stuff in the Tiafo right now, when you see this happening, you are seeing the dynamics of what it means to be a powerful people. When you talk about the issue of Kenneth Dunkley and developing the 3D glasses, or Patricia Bath developing the cataract removal machine, all these things indicate genius. We have to do a better job of recognizing that we don't have to keep reacting, that we already are phenomenal. We talk about the issue of developing a GPS machine, Atlantis West, and all these things, the home security system, and we just go ad nauseum with all the things that have been created. That means that there's a spark of the divine within a population in the context of being dehumanized. To be able to create the broom and the dustpan and the iron board and the buggy, to remove the cotton, the seed from the cotton, which is actually why the price of cotton went up. Is when brother invented the cotton gin to remove the seed out, they could get more cotton. That price went up, and so Black folk didn't even benefit from that invention. So we have to recognize that the genius continues to come through us in the context of oppression, of racism. That means then that there's something powerful within us, and our enemy understands this, but do we understand it? And that's where you end up with responses manhood that operates from a condition of how do I make this place better based on the genius that is within me? What is my role? If I'm an orator, how do I orate better? If I'm a scientist, how do I become a scientist that makes sure that things that are happening are impacting the health and well-being of a population? That's dear to me. There is no accident that there's more money going to leukemia research than going to sickle cell research. And now people have to deal with it because now they talk about in the United States, malaria is on the rise, right? So the point I'm making here is that there is a reason, there's an agenda in law that gave folks who had crack cocaine heavier sentences than those that had powder cocaine. There is an agenda. What is our agenda? We just can't keep going into law doing the same kind of foolishness. We have to talk about how do we influence power and change. If we can't do that, we got to pick up and do a whole nother thing some other place. We got to think about these things more deeply. Education, we can't be educators and yet we're still not addressing the curricula of children that begins to inform them of the power of their possibilities of who they can become and not what it is that they have never been. Right? Banjo playing, pickaninny, a watermelon seed spitting, right? We have to move beyond that narrative. Yes, that's a part of who we are. However, that's not the total narrative of who we are. Just as Europeans never tell the total narrative of who they are in the context of being controlled by England. They describe themselves as having agency outside of England. Though they were kicked out and castigated from England because they were the passed over preachers, the pimps, and the prostitutes. That's why they were kicked out, because of the idea of religious freedom. This was a prison, as was Australia, a prison for Europeans. They don't define themselves as prisoners, as inferior, as in less than. They talk about their prowess. What is our narrative? We keep having story after story after story of power and prowess, and we never explicate that particular story in a manner that is meaningful. Responsive manhood takes the narratives and move them in position, takes it and make changes within the world, makes sure that policing is done in a certain way, make sure that education is delivered in a certain way, make sure that the law is handled properly, make sure that healthcare is being delivered to a population that's being marginalized. Manhood, African manhood prior to the Ma'afa, the idea of relational mutuality, according to Makuka, that is, how we relate was mutual to one another. It was not the issue of always being in competition. Relational unity, that is, how do we make all sets join together? That's who we were prior to the incursion. This thing that has evolved after the incursion is an adaptation to try to survive the horrors. There is no way that you can go into a situation where you have had insane things that happen to you and that you don't become somehow mentally destabilized. Trying to satisfy and trying to survive in an ego-aggressive state of being in constant turmoil takes a toll on your psyche. If you have somebody in your family, give it to you like this, who is a crack addict, and they get ready to come to your house, the first thing that you do is that you begin to think like a crack addict and begin to protect your goods that are in your house. Well, if you survive in a space where people are always seeing you as inferior, always attacking you, always coming for you, there's certain things that you will start to do to adapt so that you can survive in that. And so you become as crazy as they are in order to survive, because you got to think like they're thinking. This is real. But who are we prior to all of this, right? Relational morality. What does it mean to be human? I can tell you that in the Gambia, even in spite of the economic challenges, I have dropped money. I've left things that were expensive. Somebody left a camera in a place out in the open, and it was there for 3 days. I had no idea it was there. They said, doctor, this is yours. Someone left this here for you. And it was sitting there for 3 days, right? The idea of being moral and upright, right? That is not something that we've grown up with. That's something that we understand this at the core. This is who we are. This is how we function. Relational humility. What does it mean to be humble to the elders? We still, at some level, have some respect for the elders, where Europeans do not have a respect for the elders. They are afraid of getting older. We have some deference. That's why you have the mother of the church, all those other kind of things. So some of the things are there. Relational generosity. I will submit to you that is one of the ways that we survive the horrors of the Ma'afa, the great suffering of African people, is that there was generosity, that we at some point people knew they had to depend on one another. And they did so by making folks kinfolks. I don't care where you go, in a place where my mother grew up. Everybody is cutting so and so, cousin so and so, cutting this, cutting that, cutting this. That we are relational, that we are together. We have to find a way to get away. Was there jealousy? Yes. Were there other things there? Backbiting? Yes. However, they said that if we're going to make it, we have to come together. This is African manhood prior to the Ma'afa. This is what a warrior is all about: mutuality, working together, unity, morality, humility, generosity, right? Making things happen. African masculinity, a traditional African masculinity promoted community, spirituality, and respect for tradition, right? Who are we? Making sure that tradition is kept in place. Tradition sends a message to those that come behind us. Spirituality sends a message of deference, and community sends a message of belongingness. And so when we understand that we belong to something bigger than ourselves, that we have something greater than ourselves in operation, and we have a tradition that is going before us that we begin to follow and honor, that is what Yadua said that was African masculinity. Sociality of selfhood and the concept of continuity of being were components of African male ideology. That is that I have value and worth only in the context of other people. I have purpose and agency because they're other people. The Zulu said, "Umuntu Bantu." A person is a person because they're other people, right? The idea that I am valuable and worth and significant because I can express my value and worth in the context of community. I'm an expression of the divine, and I am passing on traditions and lessons that have gone before me that will elevate the people around me to do better and to be better. Heavy process. Our programs that we begin to develop must find ways to empower young men to take care of their health, to provide health care, but also to be able to extend and defend the community. The adulthood has to be able to focus, deal with racism and the idea of the collective identity of who we are as a people. We can't run from these things as realities. We want to run and dance around them, and really it's really not there. There's no such thing as systemic racism. That's a damn lie. It exists. Racism as a construct is jacked up. It doesn't even exist. As a social, cultural phenomena, it's real, right? Sense of self-mastery. Our programs have to do, everything that we do have to give a sense of mastery for Black men. We can't just simply analyze the problem, but how do we facilitate self-mastery? If you watch boys play, and anyone had some boys, you recognize boys are always doing something that doesn't make a bit of doggone sense. I know I was a boy, I didn't make sense. Then I think about why did I even do that kind of stuff, right? Trying to explore, jumping over stuff and running through stuff and all kinds of stuff. Look at what I can do and watch me and look what I can do. We had this, we set up ramps and try to jump over ditches and all kind of stuff to try to outdo somebody else and get the ramp even higher. And I never forget, we got the ramp higher one time, and the ramp got high. We had bricks and I'm trying to jump over this cement ditch behind this guy's house, and we I didn't do it. Somebody did it, but I'm gonna say we challenged one of us to do it. I said I wasn't gonna do it. As soon as Dwayne hit the doggone ramp, the ramp collapsed because the bricks fell, and they go Dwayne straight down into the cement disc, broke his collarbone. My point is that was a part of mastery, that he wanted to be the master, having his bike to jump over the ditch. That doesn't change. We have to find ways to fortify the mastery in men. Life satisfaction, educational attainment, occupational status, and improved mental health and psychological well-being are implicated in the idea of self-mastery for Black men, work done by a powerful sister named Watkins. Prevention at early adulthood stages is important of health issues we have to be aware of. What do we mean by African paradigm to do the work? Where are we with time? I'm excited. I'm going off. What's happening?
Dr. Washington, we are at 11:20.
Yes.
So we have about another 30, 40 minutes.
All right, I want to have more exchange, but I'm
Right,
on fire.
right.
And y'all got to say something to me because look, I'm going. So, what we mean by African paradigm, right? So we've talked about at some level what did it mean to be men prior to the experience, and what is important. That is to instill a sense of self mastery. When we begin to give the tool of mastery to our young men, not this is what you can't do. And too many times in our society, in our homes, we're talking about what you can't do. I hear very early on with the children, you can't do that, you're too small. How about tell a child what you can do as opposed to what you can't do? How about giving them instructions around, here's what you can do, all right? So here's, you want to do this, but let me show you what you can do. Let me give you mastery first rather than tell you what you can't do. We're so stuck on what you cannot do. Why? That is a function of passed down trauma because we've lived in a space where we couldn't do a whole lot of stuff. We can't do this, we can't do that, we can't, so we can't vote, we can't, so we're so stuck on what we can't do, we don't even know what we can do, but we've been doing things for a long time. So the idea of mastery is there. The value of the collective is the most salient part of existence as it relates to an African-centered paradigm for doing the work. That is, who am I in the context of others? Right? How do I function? What is my value and worth? I have value when somebody around me tells me I have value. When somebody tells me that boy gonna be something, when I'm given a certain name at birth, it tells somebody what I'm gonna be and what I'm all about. I have value in the collective. The idea of the communal self-knowledge is the key to total health. Who am I? People go to family reunions. I was watching somebody just recently talking to a family about other family members. Now, who is she? Now, she got a cousin, and that is, who am I? My communal self-knowledge. And what do we do? I gave you a story about the country band that my grandfather did. I didn't tell you the other part of the story that they grew the vegetables and so forth, the fruits and vegetables. They sold them from by the roadside or what was called a truck patch in the back of a truck, and that's how they made the extra money so that they could make ends meet. Right. So when I think about myself as an entrepreneur, that's not something that just happened. My communal self-knowledge tells me that this has been going on a long time. This is a way of thinking about things. My mother said something to me recently about my grandfather said, if I could just do this, I can get to this. And it's like, it's so amazing because I said the same thing and I never knew him. So the idea of who am I in the context of community is important. Spirit is the primary source of health, healing, and holism. Right? That is that we recognize within the African paradigm that spirit is the mover, spirit is the thing, not the thing itself, not what it does, but the essence of a thing. We recognize that on the day of my funeral, should we not cremate me, but have a body there if possible, that the body will be there, but the spirit will not. It's like putting on clothes, that the clothes hang up in the closet, but they animate when the body is inside them. The body is simply a thing. The spirit is the mover. So when we talk about healing, health, and holism, we're talking about restoring the spirit. When we talk about trauma, we're not talking about physical trauma to the body. That's where it comes from a medical term, where we have trauma where an organ is traumatized and the function of it is compromised. For us, this trauma we talk about with persistent enslavement systemic trauma is about damage to the psyche, the spirit disruption that has occurred as a result of all of these horrific mistreatments. The spirit disruption that occurs when one is dehumanized and marginalized, the spirit disruption that occurs after one has done all they could do that is right, that they still end up in a bad place. That is a spirit disruption moment. So healing of the spirit is healing of the body. That we begin to tap into addressing the spirit and spiritual matters, we begin to watch the repair of the body. Dr. Parham tells us about what we should do and teach our youth. We should teach them to love themselves and understand their relationship to the Creator, develop identity and what it means to be a man or woman congruent with a cultural reality, not a Europeanized reality. Recognize and model health, family function. We have to not only recognize, identify, but what does it mean? How do we demonstrate this? Be successful in male-female relationships, right? How do we communicate with one another? Somehow we have this narrative that in order to be in love with one another, you have to curse one another out and all kind of stuff. This gets shown over and over again in the media. That's not a relationship. That is something that is sick. We have to understand that there's something more to that. Let's uncover more stories about the power of it. I just left a young couple where the husband was in a terrible accident, and he's one leg was amputated, and just to watch them navigate at life after all of that, and they're just loving on one another. We have to tell more stories like that. Doesn't mean that it's perfect. The issue is that it can be loving. Sustain relationships through difficult periods, as talked about. Develop personal insights into themselves and help them understand how past experience is currently affect them, right? Understand how choices that they make impact them. This is what Dr. Thomas Parham talks about. Among the Yoruba, they say that everybody is born with purpose. This is an African paradigm of cosmological process. It says that everybody's born with purpose, and we can hear this quite often when children are given certain names, and that they're given this from the creator. The Olodumare is the creator. The narrative of what makes sense. We lose consciousness of our agreement as to why we were being born once we are born, and those around us remind us of our agreement by doing certain things. Not only do I do this work, but I'm also a percussionist, and so at a very early age, my parents, my mother and I played pots and pans together, and so she said, from this boy drums, and so she got me a drum, and I'm still drumming to this day. Part of the process. Ore ire is when your head is in alignment with your purpose, and this leads you to a space of health, healing, and holism. When you are out of alignment, for example, Malcolm X was told that he could not become a lawyer when he wanted to become a lawyer, when he was told by a school teacher that he couldn't do so, because he says, pick a reasonable occupation for a Negro. That then sent him to a hell spinning, with Detroit Red and all kind of things and all kind of names he was called, even in prison. But when he began to get in prison and he began to read and study, when he began to meet someone and the person fed his spiritual needs and growth, you began to see the evolution of a Detroit Red into a Malcolm X, into a El Hajj El Shabazz, because he was reminded of who he was, that Ori Ibe was the misalignment, Ori Ire was the alignment, and so he began to be an advocate for the people. Even though he wasn't the lawyer in the courtroom, he advocated for the health and well-being of a population. It's amazing what happens when your head is in line with your destiny. We have to do more things like make sure that we honor what we put into our minds. The Yoruba says that the head is a sacred shrine of the body, the center of thought and morality. The head is a sacred shrine of the body, the center of thought and morality. What do you put into your head, your mind? Recognize your mental diet. Just as you talk about the food that you put into your body, what's going into your mind? Wherever you find you're behind, your mind led you there. We must do a better job of teaching our men and boys this idea of what are you putting into your mind. If you have booty, 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 booty in the morning, booty, booty, booty in the midday, and at night, all your mind is on is booty. If you think about something else, and there is a reason, there is an institution in place that we are not controlling that is influencing the thoughts of our young people. They are influencing our thoughts every single day. That we can make music and we can kill a nigga. We can do a whole lot of things derogatory to anything. We can do all kind of things, call our women all kind of B's and H's, all of this over and over and over again. But we can never talk about killing a white person. We can never talk about jacking up, talk badly about a Becky, right? The airways will get shut down. There's a reason for this, because as we consume content that speaks to our inferiority, that articulates our destruction, we begin to execute those particular actions. So we have to do a better job of understanding, what are we reading? What are the images that we're seeing around us, reminding us of our true essence, even when we know that our children are not willing to hear what we have to say. They're always observing what we do. African proverb says that the mind is like a garden. Wherever you plant there, you will also be able to harvest. Mind power. People who engage in reading have more powerful conversation than those who do not. It's a sad state of affairs to have a debate with somebody who's never done any research. 60% of all talk is self-talk. That the thoughts travel at 183,000 miles per second, which is 930,000 times faster than we speak. That's why it's important to put things on your mind so that you understand what's happening. Somebody's trying to talk? Honor the spirit. Stay in tune with spirit. Feed spirit positive thoughts and ideas. This is what we have to also teach. This is part of the elevating the warrior spirit in Black men. Thoughts and ideas and affirmations. How do we do so? We talk about what we read, the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Hosea, the book of the Tao Tep, all kind of things. What do you put into your heart? Early on had John Coltrane playing. These things transform how you see yourself and think about things. Daily meditation and prayer is critical. Stopping to get plugged into the source. Meditation is where you listen, and prayer is where we talk. We have to do a better job of demonstrating this. One of the things that happened to El Haj Miguel Shabazz is that he watched his brother and they prayed regularly. That transformed his life. What structures are we putting in place to show our young men the power of deference to the creator that's greater than themselves? But also in ancient Kemet, they said, Anuk Asar, that says that I am divine, that when I tap into the divine universe, I'm also tapping into my own divinity to do great and wonderful things. This is the idea of the deep spiritual connection that we have to be able to take and act upon what we begin to hear. Many times we are afraid to act because it doesn't sound right. It's frightening. But when you move in the faith of knowing that it's possible, you move understanding certain things. Understand that the divine and ancestors would never lead you wrong. We have to teach our young people how to connect with those that are beyond them. The Zulu talked about Abapanzi. Abapanzi means our ancestors, and that we have to do proper ritual, umzabezi, a ritual to make sure that we are connected. That's the idea of Ubuntu. Ubuntu, even the word said earlier, Andrew Brown said Sawubona. Sawubona acts the idea, comes from the word bukona, akona, which means presence, which asks the question, do you have a presence? And the question, and that's how you can say, you see me. I see you because I see you have a presence. You have a presence only to the extent that you have performed proper ritual to be connected. We don't recognize the power of ritual. And then ritual will then inform us of what to do next. Doesn't mean it's not anything spooky. Europeans in this country have money with their ancestors on it. They name buildings for their ancestors, streets and neighborhoods, and name all the stuff for their ancestors. And what do we do to honor those that have gone before us? How do we honor them in a meaningful way? How do we recognize the acts, the challenges of Madea and Shug Garrison, who I talked about with the contraband, or Paw Paw and Big Mama, that Paw Paw sold ice so his child could go to college. My mother picked cotton along with her mother so that she can get to college. How do we honor those every single day and those that came before them? How do we honor the fact that we are a seed of a seed of a seed of a seed of the seed? We have to do this. This is awakening the warrior spirit so that they know what they're fighting for. We're fighting to extend the legacy of our greatness. We're fighting to make sure that those that come behind us have a better way, because we recognize that we are not only present, but we also are past and we are future at the same time. That is the origin of the word woke. Stay woke is a past participle in the present about the future. Let me give it to you again. When it says stay woke, woke is past participle in English. But within the African cosmological worldview, woke means to be aware of what is to come based on what has already happened in the past. It recognizes that I'm not only present, but I'm also past and I'm future. That is African worldview at its highest form. So stay woke means to be alert of what is going to happen because it's happened in the past and it could happen again because it's happening right now, right? This is deep. So the idea of how do we implement the psychology of so, we have to recognize that spirit is in all things. This is what they have to tell our children, that it's in all things. They reminded us, don't let your name beat you back home. Spirit is everywhere. It's always present. You're always being watched. Whatever you want to call that thing. Appreciate everybody has a spiritual journey that they're on. Everybody's journey is unique to them. That the reason why we in this space on this call together, whoever is here, we're here because we have a unique purpose and function to one another. You don't do what I do and I don't do what you do, but when we come together, it's done. We facilitate movement of a oneness with the creator. We help increase people's strength in their journey. How do we encourage one another on their journey? I will submit to you that one of the things that we are doing now with Mawata Speaks, if you join in www.watchthespeaks.com, MWATA-speaks.com. We're going to implement not only a newsletter, but a reading list, a reading process for men to come together and to dissect content and to discuss once a month. We go through something else powerful once a month. And it came recently when I was talking to the brother about what you're reading. And it's like, let's talk about this. And not talk about it in our own circles. We're going to talk about it in the context of Martha Speaks, also on Speak Black to Me, the YouTube channel. I need people to join in. We're talking about things there. We have people there that are all over the world having serious conversation. People, but that's how we stay, that journey that we recognize everybody's on the journey. Keep people aligned with their purpose and the knowledge that everybody has purpose. I want to make sure everybody understands the power of the patterns of thinking that we have to engage in, that everything that we see came from a thought, and everything that we will see is guided by thought. We have to then teach our young men and boys the power of thoughts and the cycle that comes from thinking. We have to change our perspective in order to change our perception. We have to change how we see ourselves, to change what we see about ourselves and around us. We have to have identity, have to identify our cycles of thinking that contribute to our drama cycles in our lives. We keep doing some of the same things, marrying the same kind of person or having the same kind of relationships because we're married to drama. And think about how do we change it, how we see ourselves differently. We must think in the positive in order to transform tragedy into triumph. That doesn't mean to be Pollyannish. It means to go deep in a process of understanding our power, our purpose, and our passion. The mind, all things come from the mind, and human development started from the brainstem out, which means that everything begins with the mind. The power to create a reality resides in the possibility of thought. We've created a variety of things by being able to connect with thought, and thought is a seed of the divine. Self-talk must be monitored. What are we saying to ourselves? What do we learn about ourselves? How do we repeat some of the negatives about ourselves? How do we then speak about the positive? If we don't put the positive of the affirming in there, then we can never speak it out. That's why the ancients of Kemet said, Anuk Asar, I am divine. That is, I'm not the God, but I have divinity within me, right? I am doing great and wonderful things. I am amazing. I am wonderful. Whatever comes after the am is what in our lives. I am, right? We think about that. So self-talk. So I am dumb, I am stupid, that begins to manifest. I am brilliant, I am wonderful, I am learning. I made a mistake, yes, but I am learning how not to make the same mistake again, right? These things are critical in the entire process. How do we visualize ourselves? We want to see that which we desire. Teach our children how to see differently, how to remove the inferiority away from their eyes and begin to see that that's awakening the spirit. See the positive outcome in an event. Imagine, envision, and rehearse. Too many times we cannot begin to see success because we cannot even imagine it, what it would look like. But many people who have been successful begin to imagine what it looked like, envision it, and then rehearse it as if they were there in the moment. These things are critical to the entire process. I simply want to say that the warrior spirit is alive and well within our young men. The warrior spirit is alive and well within us. We have to know how to tap into it. The oppressor's function is to make sure that we do not honor and recognize the power of the warrior within us. The warrior is going to be expressed in a positive or less than positive way. We have to learn how to guide it to do so. We guide it by understanding that prior to enslavement, we had an existence. We were doing great and wonderful things. During enslavement, we were able to get through it because something fought for us to be here. It was greater than our condition. We recognize that we are not simply organisms that have been conditioned to do inferior things, that we recognize that we are powerful, we're great, and we're wonderful. We recognize this other conversation that individuals who understand their power. We have the experiment of the dogs. The dogs on the grid, and one dog would be shocked, and the dog would whimper, and then it could not escape the condition of the shock, so it just whimpered and cried. They had taught another dog how to get out of the cage once they were shocked. They put the two dogs together, and even with the dog that when the shock occurred, the dog jumped over the barrier. The dog that had learned that it couldn't get out of its condition simply laid there and whimpered, even after seeing an example of how to get out. Sometimes we have to understand that some people just cannot see it, but we have to give them an extra nudge to make sure that they can be it. That is, that they can be liberated from the oppressor. That takes time. It takes patience. That is a biblical story as well. What do you see? I see things that look like trees, but the idea is understanding that as we keep working with people, they begin to see clarity and begin to see clear images. We know about the flea that can jump 6-7 feet high and put in a jar that's 6 inches high. As it hits the lid over a period of time, you remove the lid, it will not jump out of that jar. And the worst part of the narrative is that it would have offspring that have the internal capacity to jump out of that jar. But it has been conditioned to believe that it can only jump 6 inches high. It was transmitted from those that taught them. My question is, what are we teaching our children? Yes, we were in some spaces that were had a low ceiling on them. But as we begin to think and learn, we begin to jump higher. We have to show them how to be higher, how to go higher. There was an experiment done with northern pike fish. They put them into an aquarium, put 100 minnow inside of the aquarium with them. Within a span of minutes, the minnow were consumed. They then took the minnow and put them into a transparent cylinder and descended it into the aquarium. And so the pike fish kept trying to get to the fish. It couldn't get to the minnow. They then released the minnow inside of the aquarium, and the pike fish never even tried to get to the minnow turned belly up and died from starvation. It had been conditioned to believe that it couldn't get there. We have to recognize then that there is something within us that gets conditioned to believe that we can't get access to that which is great and wonderful, but we always have access to it. I see someone put in Shaka Zulu, a powerful narrative about being a warrior, and I will submit to you is that the word Shaka means stomach beetle. That when his mother Namdi was impregnated by an affluent family from another community, because they all gathered in this one place, and among the Zulu, you do not have sexual relationships with anybody until you are married, and so the pregnancy took place, and because the boy took advantage of Shaka's mother, they said and her mother's village that my daughter is pregnant. I said, no, she's not pregnant. She has a stomach beetle. It's called Shaka. My point is men have been denying children for a long time. And so eventually recognized that it was a pregnancy. They brought her into the community of the affluent family, but that though she was there, she was mistreated the entire time. Her only connection was to her son, Shaka. His only sense of worth and value came from his mother. And so they were able to support one another in the context of being mistreated in that space. But one of the things that he did is that he grew up and became a fierce warrior. His tactics of war still are utilized by the U.S. military, other military to this day. But one of the things he did is that he invented a thing called actually what it does, they realized that the men threw the spear. Once the spear was done, the oppressor would come in and take him out. So they created another device that once they threw the spear and the men would charge in, they could go in, it was a shorter spear, and they could do battle that way. Those things are powerful. The way that he outlined the warriors, how they progressed and moved into formation, how they used the shields of different colors that gave optic illusion for the Europeans, and so they would fall into the trap and they would be consumed. They thought it was flat, but it really was shaped like a U, and they would fall into it and they would get annihilated.
Dr. Washington.
The Shaka story is important because we tell a story because it is how one transformed tragedy into triumph. We have to do a better job of teaching self-knowledge. This is who you really are. Yes, Brother Rowe.
It didn't mean to interrupt you as we get closer to the end. Just wanted to at least have you take a deep breath, brother, because you are on a roll and you have been, I don't know if you've had even taking a sip of water or something just to to reinvigorate your spirit and your body, because you have been, just dropping gems and sharing knowledge and, enlightening us with your brilliance. And I guess some of the questions that I would have, brother, because again, this can seem to be overwhelming for many because of our orientation and our indoctrination. How do we really move from endangerment, enslavement to empowerment? How do we really, I mean, you are sharing all these different practices and rituals and structures that we need to put in place. But again, what do you think is holding us back, brother? I mean, what do you think is stopping us from, either institutionalizing much of what you have shared and so many others have shared with us over time? Because after the COVID pandemic, we seem to have gone back to doing what we were doing, or am I wrong and you see something more on the horizon that would suggest that we are really ready now to take it on, to lean in, to be, to move forward, to do something different? Is that what you see now? And because again, love what you are sharing, love where you want to take us, and you have taken us. If we were to incorporate everything that you shared today, we would be not on the road to healing, we would be healed. If we were to basically incorporate everything that you have shared today, brother, we would not be on the road to, we would be healed. And a healed community of Black men, again, would just look different. I mean, you've talked about that. How different would it look if Black men and boys were healed in 2023? What would we see differently happen within our families, in our communities, in our schools, in our religious institutions, within our relationships? What would we see differently? And if we are serious, and if we're going to really not end up, engage in, again, another, rhetorical exercise or exercise in fertility in terms of just talking about it, what again must we really do to move the needle? And I'm not suggesting that you haven't, again, given us the instructions and given us the path towards healing, but before we lose you or leave, you and move on to another segment of our program, just want to really have you, give us, our marching orders. Our marching orders going forward, not just in the immediate, but midterm and long-term. What would you like to see our community, our organizations, our religious organizations, what would you like to see our leadership lift up, talk about, illuminate, elevate going forward, brother? That would be my hope, that you would be able to share that. And I know we only have about 15 minutes left, and that may not be fair, but you have given us a lot, as you always do. Go back there, brother.
So what I like to do is, what we get those organizations, that's a whole nother conversation. I'm like Sister Brown on that. We don't have time for that one, but I will share this part. Is that one of the things that we have to do, and I was given a practical example, right? We have to understand that the things that we read, we must develop these reading groups where we come together. We must understand the power of the divine within. We must do things. We must actually move that energy that our young people have into spaces where they're understanding martial arts and other things, the physical stuff, to develop that, because you have to have not only an intelligent warrior, but you have to somebody that's physical. You have to understand that the foods that we're ingesting and how they influence how we function. Too many times that we consume death and not understand how to consume life. That's a longer discourse. But what I will suggest here is that in the short term, we must identify the levels of impact of interpersonal, social, cultural, institutional, and geopolitical trauma that has occurred to us, and not run from that, but do an assessment of it. When things are occurring in the media, how do you assess those things that are happening? How do you assess the concept of January 6th, where whites can go into a space and run roughshod, but just the summer before that, they had people in riot gear who were coming against people. We're talking about Black Lives Matter, right? This is critical. How do you identify the impact of interpersonal? What has happened to you? What has happened to us? What happened to the family? What has been disrupted? We have to do an analysis of that. Sometimes we do it with other people, we do it with ourselves, we do it with therapists, right? We reset the nervous system and manage our arousal. We spend a lot of time in spaces of arousal. We respond, we react to things as opposed to actually being responsive to things, right? And so we are ready for the emotional stuff. Some of the stuff that we are examining, especially when you go into social media, begins to increase the amount of pleasure hormones that are released, endorphins, other things in the body, because we are aroused by something that is happening over and over again. We have to reset our nervous system so that we understand what it means to be at peace, at calm, because it is in that moment of calm that we can see things. If you think about the movie, The Matrix, the way that they were able to see bullets flying is that they had to calm their minds down to see what's coming. If we're always in a state of arousal, and our enemy loves us to be aroused and to be angry and to be upset and to be in fear, then they can control us. When we recognize how to reset it and get it calm and at peace and see what it is, then we can do, as the Zulus say, I see you, I see what's happening. We have to free the body of the impact of trauma. We recognize this, that much of the experiences that we have within the body of health occurred in or spaces that were mostly violated during enslavement. The uterine cancer and ovarian cancer, and breast cancer in women, because the system of reproduction was impacted by them, but prostate cancer and other things was impacted by Black men. So by Europeans on Black men. So we have to recognize that being castrated and so forth, recognize that this free the body of that particular trauma by recognizing the power that is therein. That if a person was preoccupied with cutting off my testicles and penis when I was lynched, that means then that my penis and testicles were on their mind prior to me being lynched, which means that there's something about what I can procreate, I can pass on is there. And it's not just simply about the testicles, it's about being able to pass on lessons and jewels of life, mastering staying present. Too many times we are anxious about what could happen and depressed about what has happened, but being present in the moment about what is we gonna do right now. My grandmother say, and now what is we gonna do? So we have to be present in the moment, monitoring trauma symptoms. Too many times we have these trauma symptoms popping up. We don't know that they are trauma symptoms. When we start saying things about how we don't need one another, right? That goes back to what I mentioned very early on about what happened during enslavement, because we couldn't depend on one another, because the man couldn't be there, the woman couldn't be there, because you out there freaking for the oppressor, and well, you ain't no man because you ain't defending nobody. And so we have that generational legacy. Free ourselves from that trauma. Feel free to have full emotions. We do not allow ourselves to be able to be joyous and to be sad. Both of those are part of life, right? We are afraid to be in my family. You know, I'm not gonna get too happy because the bad is on the way. We're so busy waiting for the bad to happen. Good times never had anything good to happen. So we have to have full range of emotions, because when we get able to feel joy, we're able to understand how to mediate the pain that comes and gets us back to joy. It swings like a pendulum, coming into peace with memories. We want to fight and battle stuff. The memory that we have about who we are, what we're all about, we have to come to peace with certain things. Yes, these things occurred, and now let's go back to, and what am I going to do about it? Coming to terms with the event that took place. Yes, this happened. And even when we get into family, we have families right now that won't talk to somebody. There's Black folks right now won't talk to one another because of what somebody said and what somebody did, but we would not have that same attitude toward the oppressor. Let's be clear. Coming to terms with the event, it happened. If I made a mistake, okay, my bad, I apologize, right? Let's move on. If I don't apologize, then we got to figure out how to move on anyway. Filling in what has been missing from us. We have to learn how to fill in the gaps of content of information that has been left out. We have to do that. We are waiting on the oppressor to do it. We have to do it, not talk about the books that are being banned. The question is, are we sharing the information and knowledge to fill in the gaps so they know who they are and who they can possibly become? Become whole with oneself, and then give to others. We find that individuals who are altruistic, those who give, end up having a more peaceful life. And so we find that altruism is a way to elevate one to the next level of their existence. We have to understand the power of cultural deep thought and how we move towards away from defilement. But I want to get this right here, the idea of cultural healing understanding things that we can do around movement, around rhythm, spoken word therapy. Brother Abari Carpenter, not only does he do drumming, he also engages in yoga. These things are important or imperative to our being. How are we moving? Because memories and trauma gets locked into the body. That's why we end up with tension in shoulders and GI tract problems. So these are practical things that we can do to begin to release the warrior energy that's within us. We have to understand that we are a trifold being. This is where I would close out here, Brother Richard. I think it's imperative to understand this. Dr. Fukuyama gave us this example that we are a trifold being radiating in 7 distinct directions. That is that I'm past, present, and future. That I'm radiating inward. I'm becoming healed and whole. We have the capacity to do that. We have to ignite the warrior spirit by going inward. We have to understand how we radiate rightward, that is towards family, towards love, towards good, that also exists, radiating forward. That is how we pre-pave a way for those coming behind us. Again, altruism is that thing that as we begin to think about what to do, how to move forward, then that begins to give agency into our purpose as to how we live right now, right? And we move forward based on what has happened before us. We begin to go downward to be able to get substance from the earth. If we think about most of the foods that we consume come out of the earth, the question is, what are we consuming? If we're eating a lot of processed foods and so forth and so on, we recognize that something is happening. But when we begin to consume stuff from the earth, that begins to change our blood pressure. That begins to change our GI tract. That changes everything. So we can have a whole discussion about what is it that Black men should be eating, right? Leftward. How do we check on enemies? Yes, we all have haters. I don't care who we are. Got people that are hating left and right. Hey, now how do you check on your enemies? Check in on them, because they help you to become a better person, right? Because when they come hating, you have to realize that they hate it because there's something about you that's good. Radiating backwards, that is, how do we deal with the collective accumulated wealth and dig up our past and our ancestors, and then we access going upward into our creativity, our divinity. And so we move in these 7 directions, according to Dr. Fukuyama, and that we are trifold being. Now, I want everybody to pause and think right now, when you go to the family reunion and you start doing the electric slide, or whatever the dance you're doing, how many directions are you going into, and what are you doing? You're doing exactly this. You're radiating forward, you're radiating backwards, you're going left, you're going right, you're doing all those things, and then you go, you dip, you turn. That is a process of understanding that we are engaged in the healing work every single time we do this. And the question is, are we doing the healing work with purpose? And so we have to do the healing work with purpose to move beyond certain things that are destroying us. Dr. Ali talked about this idea of moving from chaos to order, this continuity to continuity, from the unknown to the known, going from the dishonesty to truth, moving from the fragmentation to wholeness, and going from disharmony into, as you understand, harmony. So this is the process of ritual. We must engage in ritual that moves us into wholeness. And so I would close out there. I mean, so much more that we could say, but the issue of ritual begins to inform us of sacred time. Ritual creates specific, special environments that allow us to transcend our physical selves. Rituals, spirit, and it's not spooky stuff. It's basic stuff. How do we stop and eat food together? How do we put on clothes? How do we get dressed in the morning? Right, ritual. We submit to spirit and experience eternal a moment of the now. That is the process of ritual. Doing proper umzabezi. That is, how do we approach the day? As Black men, we must approach every morning with understanding the deference to the Creator, the spirituality piece. We must understand our role and obligation in this space. We must take agency of what it is that we have agency over. How do we claim our homes? How do we claim our communities? How do we claim all those things around us? And that it begins with stopping and getting right with the assignment first thing in the morning. What is my assignment for today? What do my dreams tell me? Acknowledge the divine within, to recognize that I'm a co-creator with the Creator. I'm not a nigga. I'm not less than, I'm not inferior, that I am sacred and divine, Anukasar. We must connect with the divine source every day, and what we see, what we speak, how we think, we must always connect with that and know that even when you are on the battlefield, you are a warrior, you are fighting for what is right. The reason that the Haitians could defeat the Europeans, the French, is because they recognized that the power of the divine was within. They said that you cannot destroy God, therefore you cannot defeat us, and therefore we will defeat you. And the Haitians defeated the French. so much so that it demoralized Napoleon. Napoleon said that there's nothing that land that anybody should own. And so he sold losing a purchase on pennies on a dollar because he was defeated by those who understood the God within. When people come to attack us, it is not them attacking us, but they're attacking the divinity within. If they can get us to not recognize that we are sacred and divine, then they have us defeated. So we have to understand how to connect with the divine source and make sure that we're always connected with our ancestors, right? Those that came before us. That's easily done. People say, I don't want to do it. That's all spooky. When you spending dollars, you don't say it's spooky when you got a white man, dead white man on your dollar bill, on your $100 bill. So let's be clear that if they can celebrate the ancestors, you could do the same thing. So we have an affirmation. I acknowledge that I am an expression of the divine on earth. I have been guided and protected by this force through our physical life, just as my ancestors. I am spirit, right? These are things that we do. So when we face somebody and got to go face those people at work, oh Lord, I got to face this. Did research with white men, Brother Richard, and about happy hour. And they said the hardest time part of their job was being on a job at happy hour where they had to go sit around with other white folks, white men, because they had to figure out how to navigate that. They said for them, their happy hour was when they was driving away from work. So we have to recognize how to tap into the spirit that is within to be able to transcend the confusion that we have around us. And that's always within us. The warrior spirit stands up when it's wrong. The warrior spirit fights for what's right. The warrior spirit is quiet when it's not time to talk. The warrior spirit is expressive when it's time to make sure that things move. That is the warrior spirit. The warrior spirit is fighting for peace, for righteousness, for that which is good and wonderful in the world. And that is it. And so the Dogon reminds us that the word that we speak has implications. Jiri so, Beni so, Bolo so, and so Dai, the word from the front, the word from the side, the word from the back, and the sacred clear word. We must understand that when we speak, we're speaking with divinity. We live with divinity. And that is the power of the warrior spirit. I will stop there because we just getting into
yes we are, and they're giving us the signal to bring this to a close, unfortunately, but we knew that was going to happen. But brother, again, profound appreciation to you for sharing again your brilliance and your plays in your playbook and the playbooks of those that you recognized earlier who came before you, our ancestors, and those who who you sat at their feet to basically learn more. The books you've read, all the things that you've shared with us, Dr. Washington, has been an amazing presentation that I hope we were able to glean from your presentation. The 3 steps, the 4 steps, the 5 steps, the 12 steps that we need to basically take in order to really become warriors and in order to really become and to manifest into the kind of man and young man that we need to become in order to really help our people, help ourselves heal. So we thank you, sir. We know that you will be around. It's a powerful, powerful presentation. The folks are putting in the chat. Thank you again for all that you bring to the table to lift us up, to illuminate, the warrior spirit, to elevate this conversation. Because again, if in fact we were doing everything that you've shared in the short 2 hours that you presented, we would be healed Black men and Black boys in this society. So we thank you. We've got to, unfortunately, take a break. Hopefully, folks, I'm gonna turn this back over to our MC, Mr. Keith Snipes. But Dr. Washington, again, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For all that you do. I know you have a book that will be published soon. I think the Warrior Spirit is part of that. Can you share the title, or can you share anything more about the book and when it might be released before you leave?
We are working through certain elements of it, but it's called Elevating the Warrior Spirit in Black Men, Life Lessons for Black Men and the Women in Their Lives, because there's things that we need to know. And so we're looking to make sure that gets out in 2024. So we're working on some details, and perhaps we'll have it all done.
Okay, can't wait for it, and we'll definitely add it to my must-read list. Brother, again, our appreciation to you, profound appreciation to you on behalf of the Black Mental Health Alliance, and to everybody out there listening. I'm quite sure you received a lot of information that you can use, that you can apply, and that you hopefully will share with others. We appreciate you. I'm going to turn this back over to Mr. Keith Snipes and let him instruct us as to what we do now at this point.
Okay, we are, wow, Richard, I second everything that Richard said, and my goodness, my mind is well fed. My mind is well fed, and I'm sure that everyone else on this platform feels the same way. Thank you so much, Dr. Washington, for your brilliance and just for giving us all that you've given us. It is remarkable. So marching orders, we're going to now hear a brief commercial, and then we're going to take a break for lunch. I hope that all of you, having been fed what you've been fed thus far, will stay with us. There will be workshops when we return. There'll be some giveaways. You don't want to miss them. In the spirit of what Dr. Washington just shared with us, you are, after this commercial, you are free to go and get yourself some English muffins or some Southern cuisine, whichever one you choose. We will be back at exactly 1:05. What you'll hear next is a brief commercial, and we look forward to your return.
In other news, gun violence recently became the #1 cause of death for children and teens in the United States. The link between gun violence exposure and mental illness is undeniable. According to statistics, symptoms of mental health distress in children appear within days of being exposed to a single shooting.
A panel of Black organizers recently spoke about environmental racism as violence, detailing the enduring toxic effects of environmental racism on the psychological and physical health of Black children and youth. Psychologists found that violence impacts Black youth in unique ways. Interventions must reflect the experiences of young people in under-resourced urban communities.
It's still about freedom. It's still about freedom. It's still about freedom. It's still about freedom. 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 It's still about freedom. It's still about freedom. It's still about freedom. It's still about freedom. Freedom. It's like the spring equinox, forever giving birth. Freedom is sticky like the multiverse.
The Youth Resiliency Institute works to inspire the realization of the authentic self of children, youth, and families, to create community leaders, and we use arts and culture to do that.
We use art to ignite important relationships that help children remain safe and productive and rooted within their culture. We use art as a form of ritual, as a form of initiation, which is very important when working in communities that are oftentimes dehumanized.
There's a way that we move with resiliency and God and spirit and family and culture that allows us to navigate, to bring change, to bring healing through the arts and culture.
And so it's the responsibility of adults to create programs outlets so young people can thrive and give voice to their wisdom and share their solutions to problems that they are facing in their lives. Art-centered family engagement cross-generationally connects young people to elders in our communities.
So we have different arts activities, movement, art making, theater, and all these different things so that the children can feel resilient and can feel like they were supported and have a sense of normalcy. And one of our hallmark projects or programs is our annual Cherry Hill Arts and Music Waterfront Festival, which is a culmination of all the work that we've done through the year, the art making, working in the schools. So we found really creative ways to engage the community.
So one of our most special projects is called The Secret Life of Plants. And essentially, it's a project that connects young people to elders who have been on the front line of rites of passage engagement, not just in Baltimore, but nationally. And through The Secret Life of Plants, we're able to remove young people from concrete environments.
We're really about making sure there's a certain level of integrity and a certain level of love and fairness and wholesomeness in our work.
And so that continues to be, one of the priorities of the Youth Resiliency Institute, understanding the role that we as adults have, but the importance of also evolving spaces for young people to grow and to give voice and to create the community, the neighborhoods that they want to see.
Hello, everyone. We'll be back at 1:05. See you then.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you once again to close your eyes, and we're going to meditate on some more of the beautiful words that were left for us by the remarkable artist, activist, Oscar Brown Jr. These aspirational words from the song Brown Baby. Brown baby, brown baby, as you grow up, I want you to drink from the plenty cup. I want you to stand up tall and proud. I want you to speak up clear and loud. Brown baby, brown baby, as the years go on, I want you to go with your head held high. I want you to live by the justice code. I want you to walk down the freedom road. Now lie away sleeping. Lie away here in my arms, while mommy and daddy protect you and keep you safe from harm, little brown baby, brown baby. It makes me glad you'll have things I never had. When hate from hearts is hurled, you're gonna live in a better world. Brown baby. Welcome back.
Hope you can hear the applause. Hope you can hear the applause, brother. That was powerful. That was beautiful, brother. Brother Keith Snipes, if you want to book Mr. Snipes, Keith Snipes, just give me a call. No, but you can see Keith Snipes. He appears at the Keystone Corner Jazz Club on occasion and all over the DMV.
Oh man, thank you for that plug, Brother Richard. I appreciate it.
No, man, and he's a friend of the Black Mental Health Alliance, and we appreciate his genius as an artist and as a thinker and as a individual who loves our people and wants Black men and boys to heal. So Keith, thank you very, very much, brother. Didn't mean to step into your space, brother. So I'm going to back out and let you move the program forward.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. So we are going to move into the workshops, and I'm going to introduce.
Not the workshop, the plenary session.
I'm sorry, the plenary session. And it's going to be moderated by our esteemed director, Andrea Brown, who you've already met. And she will be joined by Miss Camilla Harris, who is founder of Just Us Foundation, Miss Deanna Clark, co-founder of the Black Men's Mental Health Conference, and Ms. Wanda Bell, who is the founder of the African American Men's Health and Wellness Collective. So without further ado, I bring you Andrea Brown.
So we have switched seats. And I am hoping you can hear me and see me. Can you hear me, Richard?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Okay, can you see me?
Wonderful, beautiful. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I thought this might be a great time for me to really just, Keith showed off so badly, so I want to say brown but it's so funny because he said, when you sing a cappella and you got to get the first note right. And so he said, if you don't get the first note right, then it's a wrap. So I want to say to you, my brother, you got the first note right. So it was, what a treat for us, because we are all in our war room pretty much together. And so I'm excited about that. I am going to make the assumption that that I cannot, for whatever reason, see Ms. Harris or Ms. Clark or Ms. Bell. And so I just wanna, if you could, by show of hands or show of voices, or so that I know that you are here. And if you see me moving slightly, I am adjusting. Keith is a smidgen taller than me, so I'm adjusting my chair. I think I was told to stay right here. So ladies, are you with me?
Yes, I am. This is Camellia. I can see you.
Camellia, wonderful. I can see you. Look at that dimple. Yay. Okay.
Good afternoon. This is Wanda. I see everyone. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think I'm missing one more.
This is Deanna Clark. I apologize. I can't even change my background. I apologize.
That's all right. What we don't need was in your background. We need what's in the heart and in the mind. So we're good. So wonderful. Okay. Oh, good. I can see you all now. Thank you so much. They changed the screen. So we know that you're at the summit. We know that you're not out selling Amway, and no shade to Amway. But so we thank you for that. So I want to be mindful of the talent that's among us. And so I want to talk a little bit about, I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to introduce yourselves, but I really want to say thank you, that you would, in this moment, be committed to this work for men and boys. And, we didn't read your bios. Everybody who's on Hubble, which I love, we've read them. But I just thought it would be good if you could open up, introduce yourself, but your authentic self, right? Not what's on the paper, and what brought you to this work. And so I will say, for folk who are in Baltimore, not in Baltimore, we have in common the fact that we have sons and brothers and fathers and cousins and who we care dearly about. And then this month, Men's Health Month, we really want to elevate the message. So again, I can't say thank you enough for all that you do, all that you are doing, and I really am looking forward to this dialogue. So why don't we start with you, Wanda, just because I can see you this way first. If you would let's just talk a little bit about what you do and what got you into this space.
Greetings, and thank you so much for having me, Black Mental Health Alliance, the panel, as well as just want to say good afternoon to the brothers that are gathered here today. I am so excited to be here, to be able to speak about this topic, and it's something that's very passionate and very personal to me. And so I come into this space. I want to introduce myself as the daughter of Melton Bell, the granddaughter of Reverend Otis L. Senior Hairston and Carl William Bell. And so my entire life, I have been blessed to see the most amazing, strong Black men, men of character, of dignity, of intellect, of caring, of passion, of grace, faith-walking men. And so there's no other place that I could be to have the opportunity to talk about what they poured into my spirit and why I feel it's so important as a Black woman to be able to support the brothers to live happy, whole, and healed lives. And so I lost my dad last January, 2022. And for 22 years, I was standing by him, advocating with him through his various health challenges. And in a span of just 2 years, from 2012 to 2013, I lost 3 of my uncles, my Uncle Joe, my dad's youngest brother, my Uncle Warren, he was my great uncle, and my Uncle Otis. And these were men that encouraged me all of my life, poured into me as well, and just were fine examples of Black men and serving, their communities where they lived. And so this tremendously changed my life. And so my passion and my vision that was born out of that was, what can I do to ensure that our Black men live whole, healthy lives, knowing that when they thrive, when they're healthy in mind, body, and spirit, that not only do our families thrive, our communities thrive, and the nation thrives. And so the vision that came to me was to be able to bring together African-American men and boys at all ages and stages of their lives and support them. What can we do to keep you here longer? And not just living years, but having the quality of life that you deserve so that you can experience joy and exuberance and laughter without guilt, because that's something that you deserve. That is your right, and that is your privilege. And so I have been working with close friends, speaking with men that I know that are activists and doing various things within the communities, health professionals, and I am in the process of launching my vision, which is the African American Men's Health and Wellness Collective. And collective because it's collective work, right? And I love the idea and theme of this conference, that this is village work. And so as a woman, I can't tell you what to do. I try. I mentioned briefly in the interview, my dad, my grandmother moved here many years ago. And so he was in a house with 3 women, my sister, my mom, and then I, visited very frequently. And so we're telling him what he needed to eat. Did you check your blood sugar? What's your blood pressure? No, you can't have this, you can't have that. And what I would see and what I would observe is when my cousins or his nephews would call, when another brother would call, his whole being would change, because he's able to connect with another brother, and have real conversations about things that maybe he wasn't comfortable sharing, with his wife or with his daughter. But these are some of the things that are passionate to me. And I just want to briefly say that I would be remiss to come into this space if I did not just honor and thank the vision and visionaries behind the Black Mental Health Alliance, Max Collier, founder, and co-founder Shirley Nathan Pulliam, who is actually my mentor, a dear friend, and an adopted mom. And so I want to send some love to her. And I'll stop there for right now. Thank you.
So thank you. I'm gonna pass that on, but I have to tell you, I didn't know you were gonna come so hard and so strong right out the gate, right? But I love it. I love that you honored the men who have just helped shape you, right? And so thank you for doing that. And I know everybody has their own personal story, and this is not my moment, so I won't take time for that. But what a powerful, powerful, powerful tribute to them about what could be, right? And what is, and how when our men are healthy and whole, right? They show up as granddaddy hero, daddy hero, right? As husband hero, right? I'm convinced they have capes around their necks. And so thank you for, thank you for sharing that. And thank you for being with us. I am excited about what could be as you build your collective, right? And what that means for us as women, but for us as members of the village. And so happy to be a part of the tribe today. Yes. So thank you. And I will try my best. I can be very animated. So there are times I bang on things. I have my podcast co-host says, you can't bang on things. We can't get that out. So if you see me snapping lightly, just know that either I'm sitting on my hands or I'm snapping lightly, but I am very, very much engaged. So thank you for that. So having said all of that, my darling Camilla, would you, and I want to pronounce that right, Camellia.
It's Camellia.
Camellia, okay. Yes, please share.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you to everyone that's present and for those that I can see and not see. So I thank you for having us. I'm really excited about this conversation as we talk Black men and our boys and healing our environment. So what has brought me to this line and delicate line of work, I must say it is my own personal story first. I'll say that I have over 20 years in healthcare and I've done so many various things in the healthcare field, but I never thought I would arrive at this moment and this special form of healthcare, which is mental health. So my work and my journey and my initiative is to save our kings, which is our Black men. Part of my goal is to reignite and create these safe spaces for our Black men to gather, to be celebrated, to allow them to have voices, to know that it's okay to not be okay. How I arrived at this journey, roughly 3 years ago, I tragically lost my father to suicide. And as I'm in these spaces and I talk and I hear the men speak, I'm like, wow, I wish my father knew that this existed for whatever his demise was mentally. So my biggest God-given journey and initiative is I've created this platform called Black Men's Mental Health Conferences, where my goal is to travel city to city and to gather and pick up kings along the way and to celebrate our men, to talk about their mental health needs, disparities in their mental health, but more importantly, to have these conversations that have plagued our culture for so long, to actually allow our men to speak to our men. All too often, nothing to our amazing men, but when you have men and women in a room, our voices tend to be a little louder, and our men tend to just kind of sit back in a reserved manner. And so on these days, I create this platform so our men talk to our men and our women celebrate our men all in one moment. And so I'm just grateful to be here. I'm grateful to share any of my knowledge as an advocate, as a survivor. I like to say a survivor too, because there's something called survivor's remorse. And in losing my father, which is my first image of man, it has been hard. It has been challenging just to reimagine life without that picture, that strong arm to reach back to. And so when I heard God say, it's important for you to save your father, I was a little confused because I'm like, well, he's not here anymore. But I heard him clearly. My goal is to save another man that looks just like my father, and that's another Black man.
Amen.
That is my goal and that's my journey and I won't stop. So I'm excited. I thank you all. I look forward to this conversation and being a part of this platform.
So thank you so much. I promise I won't do a narrative for every time somebody speaks, but I might. But I love, and I had to get my pad after I was coughing so hard, but about your notion around celebrating the brothers, right? Around, you know, how they get a space, right, to be brave and feel safe and all of those kinds of things. And then we get to celebrate them, right? What an honor for us. And what a revelation that we understand how important that is. So thank you for that. Yes, Ms. Clark, I want to make sure I get yours right, your name right as well.
Deanna.
Deanna, got it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I want to say thank you to the BMHA movement, to this platform for actually having us on here to be able to share our story and how our story impacted us to be able to save Black men's lives. I'm a survivor of domestic and gun violence. And just like Camelia, I typically say survivor instead of a victim, because when we look at victims, victims are always looked at as a person that's weak, or they're trying to come out of their circumstance, whereas survivor has overcome that. So I never say victim to whatever it is, because those people that are in those positions are literally putting the pieces together to do what they need to do to and in order to survive. So I am a survivor of domestic and gun violence. I was abused by a Black man, and was shot by that same Black man twice at point blank range when I decided to leave him. So with my experience with this, I went on a journey to champion for domestic and gun violence. I've worked with politicians, I've worked with law enforcement, I've sat on panels, I've helped even push a bill into a law for Ohio, which was House Bill 1, where some of the survivors of domestic violence didn't have the right to a civil protection order. And so therefore, working with House representatives and senators to be able to push that bill into a law was something that I can proudly say I helped get accomplished. Over the period of time in my journey in being a champion for domestic and gun violence, what I noticed that if we look at statistics, 1 out of 4 women are survivors of domestic violence. Most of those incidents occur by the hands of a man. And so as I continued to go through this thing and see that it was mainly men that were committing these acts, my thing was, I look even at my ex-boyfriend, and when he was laying in a hospital bed, I went to visit him and I forgave him for what he did, and I prayed for his healing. So my thing through that was, I wanted to be able to connect with men, to be able to allow them, whatever trauma it was, or whatever they experienced that made them feel like that they had to commit an act like that. I wanted to be a voice to be able to say, this is the outcome, this is what it looks like as that survivor of domestic violence, and be able to plug them into the resources that they need so that they will be able to get the help that they need to prevent this pain-based behavior that we see such as domestic violence, which again, we as women get the run end of that. But just as Camelia, I feel that if we heal our men from the trauma that they've experienced, then we will see less of the pain-based behavior, such as domestic violence. So I'm all about making sure that the Black men are kings, because they are the ones they're in our community, they're our leaders, they're our fathers, there are the men that coaches our children. We need them. And so what better way to make sure that we take care of them the way that they need to be taken care of too. So I'm here to be a champion for Black men.
Let me just tell you, you guys have all just blown me away. Richard, I know that you guys have met with Richard and we're excited about doing some work together. And now I get it, right? I get it. And I have to say, Deanna, as I was listening to you about this notion around forgiveness and healing, right? And how you see not what happened, but what could be, and how things could be prevented. That's love, right? That is at the core of all of this. That's love. And so I don't know if one of our he's hosting a workshop a little bit later today, and we get this terminology from him, and that is creating a brave space. He is the author and executive director of something called Love More Movement. And you, my friend, are demonstrating just that, right? So this thing happened, but I'm gonna love more because I see what's possible, right? And so, and I love how all of you have these adjectives for these amazing men in our lives. You call them kings, leaders, coaches, mentors, right? I mean, they just take our breath away based on who they are when they show up the way that we know they can, and even when they don't, right? So, so thank you again for sharing your experiences, and what a treat for us that we get to be the brothers get to be the beneficiary of what you have gone through. So, right, what a treat for us. So it's funny because I think we're going to just shift a little as we have this conversation. And so we talked about your sharing your experiences that moved you to do this work. And I hear you, I feel it. And all of it is compelling. And but I do want to make mention, I want us to have a conversation a little bit about, there's an important concept as we look at healing and helping men and boys to understand that they are more than their trauma. And Deanna, you mentioned that, right? And that it not only includes an examination of how and why of what happened in the first place, but also of the totality of one's experience. So I'd love to talk about, Deanna, you mentioned it, and all of you have, love to talk about what do we need to be doing, right? So that they do understand that they are more than their trauma. What does that look like? Does that look like, I think some of you said, we're doing a tour, we're doing this, but what does that look like, and how do we show up for them in this way? And whoever wants to go first can just get off mute.
I'll go first.
Okay.
I'm thinking about this, and, as a Black woman who wants to champion, who wants to support Black men, I realize that I have to come to the situation whole, right? And one of the things that I know that I heard earlier that resonates with me is this whole idea of collective trauma. And if you think about it, we've experienced in this country as Black people uninterrupted trauma. And what they have been saying, and what I believe and what I know to be true from lived experience, is that the trauma that our people experienced in slavery actually changed our DNA. And when you think about how powerful that is. And so I think, well, we don't just get the burden of the trauma, we can also get the blessings. And so I feel that my healing is tied to the healing of my brothers. If we experience the trauma collectively, then why wouldn't we work together to heal collectively? And so what I believe and what I know to be true is that healing process, that work, that village work that you've been talking about today, it not only heals us, it heals our ancestors, and it heals future generations. And so I need to have the knowledge. What I don't know, I need to find out so that I can support my brothers in this healing journey and show up as my best self so that they can show up in the world as their best self.
Awesome, awesome. So, oh my gosh, and I know everybody's gonna weigh in. So thank you for that. This whole notion around burden and a blessing, man, if I was a preacher, that would be my sermon. I love that. That is so powerful, right? Because we don't usually see it like that, right? We see it being the burden, right? But I love how we move in this space the blessing. I do want to, before I get to Deanna or Camilla, I do want us to, I want to read a quick snippet from a book. I promise it ties in. I didn't think it did at first, but it does. And the book is called All God's Children. And it's about the Bosket family. And for those of us who were here earlier we heard Dr. Washington talk specifically about the town that they were from in South Carolina. And the book focuses on the lives of convicted murderer Willie Bosket, his father, and their ancestors. You mentioned ancestors. And it traces the history of violence in the United States and then concludes that the violence today represents as a legacy from pre-revolutionary white rural South, right? And so what the narrative recounts, the violence experienced by slaves, right? The problem is experienced by sharecroppers after emancipation and the lynching of Black men for just being Black men, right? So my point is, we didn't start this, right? We didn't start this. And so now we've got to figure this out. And then you talked about, this notion about ancestors being healed, all powerful. And so I want us to sit with that, how we didn't start this, right? And so, it's funny, I'm trying not to look in the chat, but I keep seeing somebody say, wow. And I've been told to make sure that I'm still animated enough, but to keep still. And so I am struggling in full transparency. So, again, I want that to sit there, because we're gonna come back to that we didn't start this, right? And so, but how many of us understand that we didn't start it? Don't answer that, we're gonna talk. So who wants to go next as we talk about this, that they are more than their trauma and how we help them move in this moment? I see you, Camilla, shaking your head.
Oh, okay. Well, it's so interesting you say that, because I think that is such an important question. How do we help? Because I think there's a false narrative that everyone knows. Like there's this narrative that men actually know. And I think one of the ways we help them in this area is understand what they haven't been given. They have not been given the tools and resources. They have not been given the knowledge, the support, the space for healing, and they haven't been given proper representation. And what I mean by that is relatability is important. As our Black men, and as we speak about the trauma from our ancestors, and we didn't start this, it is really hard, and what I've heard, for Black men to sit in front of a white man to obtain the necessary tools and resources to navigate through the trauma that we didn't start, right? And so I think it's important when we talk about how do we help them through it, it's important to make sure that we create and we educate our young boys and girls on navigating into the field of psychology, so that there are more faces that look just like us, so we feel more comfortable and that trust is reestablished. Because one of the biggest things that I think that doesn't exist, that keeps us in this bondage on the many realms of mental health and depression and suicide ideation, is that there is a significant lack of trust. If I don't feel comfortable sharing what I've been through with you, I'll just hold it in. And then that's how we have manic depression. We have a higher rate of suicide attempts and carried out. We have what Deanna has survived, murder suicides that are attempted and some that have been completed. So I think it's important that regardless of what direction we go in healing our society, we have to first impart knowledge, and we have to make sure that the tools and the resources are there for us to grow and become successful in saving each other. So.
Thank you for that. I saw Dr. Washington put in the chat that as we heal our past. And I know Wanda, you had talked about that as we heal, right? But healing has to be our priority. He said, I can't fool with Dr. Washington. Look, we're gonna pull that stuff up in the chat, but he talked about his dissertation almost 20 years ago, or maybe even 30, but what a powerful, powerful piece, right? To number one, be able to be on this journey, to recognize it. And I think I love what you said about we have the responsibility to educate our people, right? And that's the challenge. When you're not living in the truth, then you naturally gonna keep doing what you do. I mean, there's this whole Stockholm syndrome, but that's another story for another time. So Deanna, talk to me, share your thoughts around some of this.
So I can definitely piggyback off of what Camelia said. When we look at the narrative surrounded by our Black men, it definitely puts them in a place where we're afraid of them. We know that they're super aggressive because of the way that they look. They're angry, they're upset. If we could definitely change the narrative, then maybe they will be able to get the resources that they need, because we do know statistically that there is a lack of resources that our Black men have access to. We do know that. If I can, I want to share something with you, because a lot of times we say we go off of data, or we go off of some of the I guess like the data, but a lot of times we don't. People put out what data they want to, especially about our Black men. They don't, to me, they don't put out the right data. They want to make sure that they keep our Black men in a certain image or looked at a certain way. So I was at a conference on yesterday, and it was surrounded by Black men and the image that society has created on them. And they talked about how, again, we have these negative connotations about Black men, but statistically, Black men are patriotic, because Black men are the men that are most likely to serve their own country. Black men are enterprising because they're the fastest growing Black of entrepreneurs. Black men are generous because they give the greatest percent of their income to charity. Black men engage because Black men are the most engaged fathers. And this source comes from reliable sources such as the U.S. Army, the Department of Commerce, the Kellogg Report, the Center for Disease and Control and Prevention. Like, these are facts, but a lot of times we disregard facts when it does not line up to what we believe or the narrative that we choose to believe. And so that right there has to stop. We have to change that. We do. But again, when you have baby boomers that are in control of our institutions, because they don't want our Black men to be seen or perceived a certain way, they're going to put out the information they want, but that's not the truth about our Black men.
So let me just tell you something. So you know, here we go again. If I knew Richard was gonna get you guys in here to start some mess, then I'd have come in my fatigues, right? But again, language is everything, right? Because, you know, we talked about celebrating them. Somebody called them king, somebody called them leader, coach. And then you said they're patriotic, they're entrepreneurial. I mean, and the list goes on and on. But I think we can all agree that, you know, it's the narrative. And some of it is what we have chosen to believe, right? And because that's all we hear. I didn't know these stats. I know that to be true because I've seen the brothers, right? We've seen them show up as fathers. We've seen them show up as brothers and leaders stepping in those places. We've seen them be patriotic. I mean, hell, back in the day, they fought for an army that didn't even like them and still don't. That's another whole story. I'm trying to keep this job for at least another couple of years. I'm gonna back down from that. But I love what you said about the narrative. And what a unique opportunity that we are now presented with, that we get to change it. So because you raised that, I want to bring that. And one of the things that I see in the chat, we need to meet people where they are, right? And so, but part of it is, here's the other thing that I can't emphasize enough. We have to tell the truth, right? We have to tell the truth because I'm convinced if I know the truth, I'm gonna be different. I'm convinced if I knew the real truth. So let me read this to you. We talked about the Willie Bosket, right? We talked about the young boy, and this is all true. But Willie Bosket and his father were both incarcerated at the age of 9, right? And each ultimately convicted of murder. Willie Bosket, the boy, hear me on this, the boy whose IQ was at genius level. IQ, genius level. he reported, right, and we've learned that he had committed 200 armed robberies, right? 200, hit me out on it, 200 armed robberies and 25 stabbings by the time he was in adolescence, right? What is that, 14? 200 armed, but here's what we gloss over, that he was genius level. And what I will say is no surprise to me. But what I know for sure is that we don't know that and we don't believe that because we've been told and we believe the lie. So we believe the lie, and because of that, we don't, okay, Dr. Washington said, that's right. So he's saying something else. I'm not fooling with Dr. Washington because I'll keep looking up at my monitor and I want to be looking at you guys. But the truth, again, the truth is that we don't even know that. But how many, just think, then genius level, what you think we got walking around here now? And so, you know, and I'm gonna know if you guys do this because I will let you in on a little secret. Next year, I'm gonna do it, if not the end of this year, I'm gonna do a TED Talk to talk about how it is unnatural for Black people to fail. And we could run through the whole, let me tell you, unnatural. And this, my friends, points to it. Same thing. Deanna, you said these are the stats, that they are more patriotic, that they're more entrepreneurial, that they're this, that, and the other. It is unnatural for us to fail, but we do because we don't know the truth. So it felt like something, so I guess I'll move on to my next comment or my next question. But I just think those, as Deanna talks about how we change the narrative, and in our individual work and our collective work, I think that's gotta be the recurring theme. We hear young boys say, I'm bad. No, you're not bad. Who told you that? You are fearfully and wonderfully made. Who told you that? So we've gotta change. Dr. Washington talked a little about affirmations and some other things. We've gotta change the narrative. So given, you know, we talked about trauma, and we talked about the systems that cause trauma and harm. We heard about that earlier today. So, but we can't talk about the how and the why without discussing the larger issue of the adverse community environments and systems that are causing the trauma in our community. So would love to hear what you and most people know, but I don't want to make the assumption about, you know, what you see when we start talking about, you know, the community environments and the systems causing harm and trauma, and then where you find yourself in those spaces in your work. Whoever wants to go is fine.
Well, I'll say this, one, as we indicated, also often there's a lack of access to mental health care. The lack of access in the limited availability to professionals that look just like us with the competency to handle what the trauma is that our Black men have experienced. In addition to that, there's a significant amount of inequality. Institutional injustice is still here. I just had this conversation the other day. We talked about the Martin Luther Kings, all the work that has been done over the years. Us even now today, we are still fighting about voting. Like, that is awful to me. So there is still this institutional injustice that takes place, and it just shows up in different arenas. And if we're paying attention, we will see it. COVID-19, right? We lost a lot of individuals to COVID-19, our rural areas. Then you have poverty. There's so many issues that actually are attached to why we have such a significant demise. Where there is poverty, there's housing instability, there's a loss of work. And one of the biggest things, even when we talk Black men, we have to talk Black boys, because our boys become our men. Our young princes become our kings. Our children have nothing to do. And until we make sure that these idle minds have things to do, being imparted with knowledge, being surrounded by exposure, creating a structure and a formality that continues to build our boys and girls, we will be here when you and I are not here. And so there are so many things in the Black community that are the environment and system demise that will continue to keep us down. one of the biggest ways I think that we change that is that when we come together. You can't tell me that Rosa Parks decided not to sit on the back of the bus and created a movement where no one got on public transportation, and we changed the movement of transportation. And here we are in 2023. We can't come together and create a movement where we demand change. We demand races to be off of mortgage applications, so that you don't create a census to determine how many of us are in certain neighborhoods, so you can keep us from being in certain neighborhoods. It's so much, but I think that there has to be a unity. We have to come together. We have to eradicate the division that continues to plague our families, our households, and our nation as a whole. So that's just my opinion on some of the things that continue to plague us and will continue to keep us in the background.
So thank you for that. And, we got a nice little chat going, folks. Somebody saying amen. And Dr. Washington's talking about adverse childhood experiences, that is real, right? But not to heal is not an option, somebody put in the chat, which is so powerful.
Sure.
But, I know everybody else is going to get an opportunity to weigh in. I'd love to ask, and we don't have to answer it now, this whole notion around the movement, right? This whole notion around, Rosa Parks, the whole 9 yards. I mean, we can look at, these leaders across the country, right? Folk who stood up for the Little Rock Nine, she lost her family and everything else, but she did it anyway. But do we still have that level of committed people? Where is everybody else? Where is everybody, right? And so, are we woke or are we asleep? I mean, seriously, I think it's such a divide. Go ahead, Deanna, come on.
I think right now we're seeing it in a different way because, back in the day, and I'm not saying my age or anything like that, but when it came to protesting, it was binary, where we had the Martin Luther Kings, we had the Malcolm X, we had one leader, where now it's a movement where it's collective. So that movement starts in Ohio, that same movement goes to Baltimore, and it goes to California. There is no particular leader. And I think that social media has a lot of influence on that as well. But I think it's just the times that we're in, where these young people, they look at us as older people and they're like, oh, well, if you can do it, I know I can do it because social media tells me that I can do it. And some of them believe in social media more than they believe in the people that's standing in front of themselves. But I just think that the movement is totally different now, where we don't have one singular person. We have a body of people that are fighting whatever issue that there is.
No, I agree. I think that there were several leaders even in the past. I think I worry though, right? Because I see. And I strap up my boots. You don't have to tell me. I'm all grassroots. If you say meet me there, I'm there, right? But I worry that it's not enough of us. And how do we make this? And Wanda, I'm gonna let you weigh in because this one here got me started somewhere else. How do we make this, right? Healing our men and our boys and men and us as a people a priority, but more importantly, that we make it look sexy, because that's what sells, right? That's the big thing. It's like, they're talking about healing Black men and boys. Are you crazy? Do you know what's among us? And so, we can move on. We can move from that, but I just think it's important to raise. Go ahead, Wanda.
Sure. I had a conversation, as I said, as part of, my background work in research to launch my initiative. And it really kind of changed my perspective. I come from a physical health, mental health, well-being. All of these things are interconnected. And so when we talk about preventative health, many times people think about screenings, right? We want the brothers to focus on their blood pressure and make sure they're monitoring their blood sugar, or going out to get, screenings for colonoscopies or their prostate. But this doctor said to me, I'm really in a position right now where I'm getting very frustrated about coming into spaces where we as a people, as Black people, are being blamed, for our condition when we didn't set up the structures that oppress us, right? And so thinking from a perspective of what is it as a people that we have within our control that we can manage and take care for our healing and our wholeness. And so, for example, when you go to the doctor and they tell you you're obese or you've got this certain condition, and they say, you know, you need to eat healthy and you need to exercise more. Or if you are in a community where you are food insecure and you do not have access to healthy food, or you're in a community where when you go home, it's dangerous. And so when you come in the house, you stay in the house until it's time for you to go to work or go to school, and you can't take leisurely walks. So what can we do within our own control to advance our own healing? And so those are some of the things that I want to talk about. And so I was so happy to see that Changa Bell, was on this panel to talk about mindfulness, to talk about yoga. That's something you can do inside. And so it's fine to have, like you said, to hit the streets, community work, but we need data. We don't like to always talk about data, but we need to be able to do those things and track it and show how it has been successful as an intervention within our community, so that we have conversations with people that make policies and come together. We need the resources, and that we want the health, the wellness of Black men to be a priority.
Love it, love it. I think, again, we got to prioritize our mental health, right? It's good, period. We've got to, and I think you said it best. We talk about these screenings. We talk about one of the things that one of our program directors does here, these depression screenings, right? And so, because we make mental health a priority, right? And so, yeah, I agree. And I think that those, we start talking about, what's life affirming words look like? What does that sound like, right? Well, how do I encourage myself as a man, as a boy? And here's the other thing, one of the things that we've seen, and all of you can speak to this, I know, is this stigma around a boy or man crying. I can't believe that in 2023, somebody is still saying to their son, boy, you better not cry. Well, why the hell not? Why wouldn't he cry? And so I love, so it's those small things that we have to have the conversation about. I dare you, and don't do it in front of me, to tell a boy not to cry, because that's right. That's a huge issue. And so I think those are the kinds of, and they seem little, but they're not, because we just get into this vicious cycle when we do that. You better not cry. Well, he sure better. Fall out if you want, but you should get up, right? But, I think those are the kinds of conversations that we need to be having. And so when we start talking about things like what Changa is talking about, like meditation and yoga, there's like, there's this whole group, still a whole universe of brown and Black men who are like, that's not manly. Who told you that? And so, and so I'm glad you raised that, because I think we've got work to do. Oh, Deanna, it looked like you want to say something bad. No, I'm gonna let you, girl. I'm gonna let you.
So when you talk about, the boy not being able to cry and express his feelings when it comes to domestic violence, that's what we tend to see a lot, where these grown men now, as a boy, were told to suppress their feelings, and they need it, and it's bottled up, and they need a release. They're going to explode one way or the other, whether it's taking, I'm just saying, whether it's, taking a gun and killing someone else, or another male or a female, the aggression is going to come out, whether it's through physical abuse or whatnot. They need to express themselves. And in a lot of times when I talk to women, I always encourage them, if you're dating or you're married, allow your husband to have that space where he can talk and express himself about what it is that he may even feel that's going wrong, that he might not be comfortable with you. Like, he may not like something, it's something that may be really agitating him. Give him that space to be able to talk about that, because Of course, when we are allowed to release things, it allows us to feel better. It allows us to feel comfortable. It's it will be a better outcome. It will be a total better outcome. And good. Talk about your emotions. Exactly. Deshaun, yes. Let the men talk about their emotions. No, he's not. Don't look at him as being weak. Don't look at him as being feminine. No, he needs to express himself. He really does, so that whatever aggression that may be boiling up, it can be released. So again, we can prevent from seeing some of the pain-based behavior that we see in our community and in our homes.
And just,
go. Yes, good.
it's Deanna hit it on the nose, just in her speaking about that bottled up emotion. My father passing away at 62, when he broke down and cried and I heard him cry, it was 2 days before he decided to take his life. And so that's scary, that the only time our men are hitting this place of sharing an emotion is in the midst of an explosion, because that's exactly what it is.
Midst of an explosion.
Busts his pipes and pressure busts his pipes, and when it has nowhere to go, it's going to come out eventually, and when it does, it's unfavorable, right? It's at the magnitude of someone's life. I failed to mention that he not only took his life, but he completed a murder-suicide. So in him not ever, and my father is from Lenox, Georgia, way down in the South, right? So they definitely could not express their emotions. They could not show any signs of weakness, but at some point it shows up, and typically it's too late when it does. So I ditto that. We have to change that narrative. We just have to.
So thankful you raised that. And again, to all of you amazing, brilliant women, thank you for, again, sharing, and thank you for being brave, and because that's important, right? This is a space where people need to know your story, because it is healing for them. And it also reminds us about the truth. We have gotten so far from the truth. When we talk about, I mentioned about the little boy not being able to cry, and you said the bottled up emotions. And then you said, it's the pipe, the pressure, right? And then it bursts. And 62 is so young, right? And I know you're like, it's not that young. Yes, it is. It is young, and it is, and just to think what could be possible for an amazing, a healthy, mentally healthy 62-year-old, 65-year-old, 60 any year old. So I want to, Wanda, I knew you were going to say something, so I want to make sure. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to share, we talk about just not having the safe space for our Black men and boys to express rage, frustration, or sadness. And what we know and what we see is that interconnectedness also, and I will continue to use that word, with our physical health. And so when, our boys and men are feeling stressed and there's no outlet and there's no way to express that, many times it manifests itself also in physical symptoms. And so you have headaches, or, you're literally feel like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, or maybe digestive issues. And so when we ignore those physical symptoms that have manifested, then that stress, comes into the cellular level of our bodies. And this is where we start to see the manifestation of chronic illnesses. And so the mental wellness is tied to our physical well-being as well. And so, one of the other things we want our brothers to do is rest, and think of rest as resistance, right? We have to take care of ourselves, and men have to take care of themselves to even really be able to function and show up, and as their best self in the spaces that they navigate from day to day.
Love the notion around rest. We talk often here about self-care, and we use a couple of quotes by Audre Lorde. You know, one is, your silence won't protect you, but also that radical self-care is an act of political warfare, right? It is
Yes,
me
it is.
saying that this is how I'm going, this is what's going to happen for me. Now, I'm going to take care of myself physically. I'm going to get some requisite rest. And if I need to speak to somebody, I'll do that as well. And so,
Absolutely.
so I'm so glad you raised that, because we are big about what self-care looks like and what should that look like for men, right? I can't wait. You know, I think often about, you talked earlier about, you know, yoga and meditation and some of these other things that we do, right? And affirmations and music, right? Get back to our
it's healing.
songs.
Yes.
Music is healing. And I was sharing with somebody earlier, that's in us, right? So we don't have to pretend. We don't have to pretend, because that's how we're made. I mean, we are lyrical, right? And so for us to deny that is problematic. And so love this piece around self-care. So I've got another question, and then we can have, again, some additional, I'll see what's in the chat. But it's been a while, and I'm going to get the quote. I've spent a minute since I've used it, but it's not my quote. That's probably why I'm going to mix it up. But Maya Angelou said that we need to take a day to heal from the lies that we've been told. And then, wait a minute, it gets better. Then she goes on to say, and then take a day to heal from the lies that we've told ourselves. And so love to see the brothers, right, have this National Day of Rest. And I'm just talking just to do just that, to heal from the lies that they've been told, right? Who told you you weren't amazing? Who told you you weren't great? And then from the things that we told ourselves. So I think that, you know, I think, again, it goes back to what Deanna said about the language and changing, and all of you have said about how do we change the narrative? And I think we do it as early as preschool, right? I think we do it as early as preschool. And this is probably the only personal story that I'll give. When my son was young, and he's 19 now, he was much, much younger, and I took him to daycare. And I used to, before I left, I would hug him and I'd tell him that he's a leader, not a follower. He was born to do great things, right? And the daycare, and every day without fail. So daycare mother came to me, I guess it was a center, and she said, came to me probably about 6 months into while we were there. And she said, I really don't want you to do that to him. And I said, excuse you? She said, because all the other kids are looking at him and he will think he's better. And so this is a true story. I did not make this up. I got a couple of them, but I'm only gonna use that one. And so I said to her, she said, because it makes them feel bad. Well, I don't know that it makes them feel anything. I'm just having this conversation with my child. I never missed it, every day. And I said to her, she said, I think you are creating this distinction that he may think he's better. I said, no, I want him to know that he's great. We're not confused. I want him to know that he's great, right? And so she said, well, I think it's probably best if either you do that while he's in the car or right before you bring him in the door. And I said to her, I think it's best that I take him out today. And I take him out today, right? And whatever we owe you, we will pay you. But just know, I'm gonna mention that any parent that I see on my way out or in today about this conversation. And to think that I shouldn't, or any parent as a young child that has a young child, shouldn't speak those kinds of things in their ear, right? Shouldn't say those kinds of things out loud to them. And there's a brother who's doing a panel later today, and his name is David Miller. Really, I need to put the doctor in front of his name because he is going to be defending his dissertation like momentarily. But one of the things that David talks about, that his curriculum is called Dare to Dream. something like that. But maybe dare to be king. But the bottom line is he wants them to dream. And so we need to tell our sons and our husbands and our men, it's okay to dream again. Who stole your dream? And get it back.
Yes.
So I think that there are a number of ways, right? As I listen to your stories, right? I listen to your stories about your dad and yours and your uncles. I think we have such a moment to be able to help the brothers heal. And you guys said it best, and we get to heal too, right? But I think we make sure we change the language so people aren't confused what I think about my 19-year-old, right? That's because I've been saying it since he was here, since he got here, even before. And so language is everything. I'm not sure how we got there. I think, Wanda, you threw me off. Now I'm gonna get in trouble. Go ahead. Did you want to say something, Camilla? It looks like you wanted to say something.
No,
okay. Okay. So let's as we move along, I want you to share your thoughts around, you know, the cultural principles and values of well-being, right? And we know those to be hope and imagination. Maybe that's where I was going, trust and aspiration. So would love for you to talk about this space as we help our men and boys heal. Whoever wants to go first. Come on. You're gonna make me sing, or I'll bring Keith back up to the mic. No, I'm kidding. Well, he can.
No, I'll go. I just, Deanna had went, so I wasn't sure if she was about to go. I think it's important that we model what healthy communication looks like. All too often I keep saying this, we have this false narrative of expectations that everyone should know what it looks like. Everyone should know what it feels like when they hear it. And the reality to that is that they just do not. And so I think it is important for us to start modeling what healthy communication looks like and how it feels when you receive it, right? I know Deanna can attest to this. When we did our Black men's conference in Ohio, before we even begun the conference, I wanted to give an applause for all the men in the room. And it's something about when you applaud a man, if you just look at their face and you see them light up, they love being celebrated because their voices are quiet and calm, but they love being celebrated. And I think all too often with our boys and our men, we don't celebrate them enough. I am really big on, for myself, knowing that there's a reason why God created woman, but there's an even greater reason why God created man. And we shouldn't get them confused. We both have a divine purpose and reason here. Even when the world wants to make us the same with the similar capabilities, yeah, we are all capable of doing the same things, but there's a reason why we both exist. Otherwise, he would have just made all women. So well-being is more than just physical health. It's the fulfillment and the nurturing of your life. I think it's important that we get back to nurturing our boys and our men. I'm a mother of a 17-year-old. And even on my days where I want to be hard on him, I'm very mindful of nurturing his emotion, nurturing where he is, and understanding too that the children of today are not like the children of tomorrow. And I think someone put in the chat, and I just stated this yesterday on a conference, we have to meet our boys and our men exactly where they are. We don't have to pacify their actions where they are, but we have to meet them where they are. Everyone doesn't have the same capabilities, so everyone's response system isn't going to be the same. But we have to instill having purpose and what the display of hope looks like. Our nation is losing sight of what hope looks like and what purpose looks like. I stand by so many fundamentals that I learned from my upbringing. Many are called and few are chosen. And we are amongst the many. We have been called. I think it is our duty and it is our responsibility to reestablish effective well-being in our culture amongst our boys and our men. And doing this provides a positive atmosphere, and it gives them the opportunity to even express themselves, right? To express being different, to express that individuality that we all have been embodied with. And then in doing that, we discover our strengths. We just discover what makes us different and unique, and we feel good about it, not sad, not depressed. A lot of our children are being bullied because they're different, and that different part about them is unique. It has its own stage name. And I think it's important for us to get back to just, again, nurturing and embodying what love looks like, what hope looks like, what having purpose looks like. And so we got a lot of work to do, but a lot of work has been done. It's important to make sure that we don't miss that a lot of work has been done for the African American culture, for our boys and girls. And if I can just add this, Wanda had mentioned, and Deanna too, about the narrative. We have to take back the narrative that is being displayed about our boys and our men. I won't go into some of them because they can cause a major stir, but the narrative that I want to display is strength, power, loving, strong, head of the household. We have to get back to making sure that we reignite the purpose and the fundamental structure that God has played and put in for our Black men to be in our households, to be good fathers, brothers, uncles, not this image of incarceration. So a lot of it comes from the unity and the collaboration of our efforts as a whole to reinvent the wheel. I think life is a merry-go-round. I tell my son all the time, you haven't did anything I probably haven't done or someone else hasn't done, right? So when you think you're getting over on me, you're really not. But life is a merry-go-round. The same thing that happens before happens again. So it's important for us to do that. And then also I'll say this too, as a mother of a young son, and many, many people will differ from this, I want my son to know about the past and what we experienced and what our ancestors went through, but I will not allow him to live in it, because as long as he lives in it, we will continue to have complaints and reasons and failures as to, well, it's because they said this. I won't go into those terms, but having that to fall back on, I will not allow him to let that be the trajectory of how he's moving forward. I want you to know, it is important to know, but when you move forward, you stand strong as a Black man. You demand respect as a Black man. You go forward and you conquer every dream, every desire, anything your heart and mind desires. I tell him, if you throw enough mud against the wall, eventually something will stick. So if you got to throw 8 mud piles or more, then you continue to do it. But don't you let anyone tear you down. Don't you let anyone make you be an example and a product of your past, and you stay in it. And so that's just my opinion. We just have to get back to that. I know I was going on and on and on, but this topic is just so dear to me, and it's just so heartwarming to me. And so it's just important that we get back to uplifting and building our prince that become our kings.
Yes, thank you, love it. I know that Deanna and Wanda want to jump in. I do want to just lift up your language, and that is get back to what love looks like. Mm-hmm. Get back to what love looks like. Like I got goosebumps, right? Get back to what love looks like. And some of that, honestly, we got to teach people. We just do. I think we've lost it somewhere, but I love it. Get back to what love looks like. Deanna, you're thinking?
Yes. So I think with that question, one thing that we need to move from is deficit framing and move into asset framing. And what I mean is, instead of looking at our Black men for what they lack, what they don't have, or looking at them negative, we need to start off with the strengths that they have. As we named, they're good fathers, they're patriotic, they're generous. If we take those and build on top of those and not disinvest in the communities that they're in, yet invest in the communities that they're in, then we give them the tools where they'll be able to be more independent. They'll be stronger. We won't see as many mental health breakdowns. We may not even see as much violence when it comes to our Black men if we look at them from the strengths that they have. Because again, if we're constantly saying this is what's wrong with the Black man, this is what's not right with them, after you keep hearing something, you eventually believe it. It just is what it is. You believe that. And so if our Black men will start to believe, if they start to believe that, then that's what they will become. But if we tell them that you're strong, we love you, we need you. And here's my thing to the sisters that say, I don't need a man. And I know Camilla heard me say this. I need a Black man. I need a Black man. Nobody's going to take care of me the way I feel. I feel no man is going to take care of me the way that a Black man will take care of me. Because again, that Black man is the one that's coaching our kids. That Black man is the teacher that's in that classroom. That Black man is the man that's on the pulpit giving us our spiritual inspiration. That Black man is the one that has created this forum to make sure that we're helping other Black men. We need Black men that are on here. We need you. Eliminate the we don't need you. We do need you. We need you, and we need you more than ever. And it seems like it's a war on Black men, and we keep hearing that, and we keep hearing it, and we keep seeing it in the media again. And those are the things that attack our mindset, and we start to see our men in a different way. But again, changing the narrative and speaking differently, communicating differently, as Camilla has said, to our Black men, to make them feel different, to let them see that we see them different, then maybe those broad shoulders would become broader and stiffer. Then maybe those feet that we feel like just sit around in the house will start to walk out and get the job that they need. Maybe if we start pouring into our Black men the way that we should, we'll get the results that we want, the results that we need to make sure that we keep these strong communities, strong households, good jobs, and things of that nature.
Beautiful, beautiful. You want me to say something after that? That's what you want me to
say something. I love Black men. I love Black men.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I love, you know, words are everything, right? Pouring into, and effective communication. And again, we've got, you know, I think we get back to the basics so we know what that looks like, because you said it. So I just love it. Go ahead, Wanda.
Sure. I sitting here thinking, and I appreciate, I'm going to repeat the speaking life, the power of words in our interactions, not with just our young boys, but with our young men as well. I think about emotional intelligence. And so what we know about our youth is that, you know, we can show them better than we can tell them, and they reflect what they see. And so how, you know, our men are navigating the world, that's what these young men see. And so when they're approaching life and Deanna, I appreciate you saying this as well, not from a capacity of lack, but of abundance. And that's hope, right? Seeing the possibilities, you know, looking and thinking of visions and dreams. And so healing looks like freedom to me, right? And so freedom is, you know, the ability to navigate the world as a free thinker. Your mind is free. You're consciously aware of what's happening to you, but not so individualistic. You see the collective, you know, things that are happening in your community, and you want to make an impact. And so with that freeness is a new mindset, right? To hope and to imagine, you know, different possibilities and advancement for your communities and attacking those things that bring harm to your community. And so these are the things that I think about.
Thank you so much. I want to do a quick exercise before we close out, but I just want to make sure, because there's been such rich dialogue here. I'd love to make sure, Roxana, is there anything in the chat? Oh, is there anything in the chat that we should be, that needs to come before the panel so that they can comment?
No, there's a lot of feedback. Everyone has really been interacting with the information, but there's no questions. You have Richard saying, wow. But there's no questions.
Okay, so then that's great. Then I'll do one more question and then I want us to end on an exercise that I think will just be a bonus. So it's clear based on some of what you've said that a commitment to collective healing is a must. And I'm going to end with that. But before, can we talk about, and I think we've said it, but if just in case we've not missed anything, you know, if we could discuss ways, you know, really simple, and we've said it, I think we touched on it, that we need to show up for our boys and our men in our communities that are meaningful, right? Not just pontificating, not just that, you know, and if you could talk about, and you said some of it, like what you're doing in your work, but ways that maybe you're not doing in your work that you'd like to get to, that are meaningful ways, again, meaningful ways to show up for Black boys and men. And you know, I want to just really quick, how have you been able to, you know, drive sort of both cars down the road with boys and men, right? So to help them unpack their trauma while also making sure that we provide, or we make sure that they are resourced and what they need for their healing. And I know that was a sort of loaded, and so I'm really okay if we just talk about some real simple, meaningful ways that we get to show up for boys and men in our way.
I'll start off by saying, and just being honest and transparent, I feel as if with my journey with the whole domestic violence, I have not been able to get in front of enough of men to talk about not just my experience, but just the outcome of it. And in me sharing my story, it's never to point fingers at the man. It's definitely to dismantle the system of domestic violence and how it repeats itself. And so, because when we look statistically at domestic violence, the perpetrator tends to be the male. My thing is, if I could just tap into these men to say, this is what it looks like after the damage is already done, from my own experience, what I had to deal with after being shot twice and after dealing with the abuse. If I could share my story just to open up that segue to prevent domestic violence, I would love that. And if anybody has any connections on this platform where I can sit before men, share my story, and talk about prevention, educating them, and awareness of domestic violence, because domestic violence does happen to men as much as it happens to women. So I'm not here saying that it only happens to women, but it does happen to men as well. But my thing is, I feel like I haven't been able to sit on as many platforms to discuss that. But again, in my conversating with this whole with my panel, I do talk about trauma that the men may have experienced previously that has led up to why domestic violence has occurred, and being able to provide resources and things of that nature. Because in domestic violence, there are few resources that do help the man, and excuse any language that I may be saying, is in no harm, ill way, or anything of me saying it. But there isn't as many resources to be able to help that man that has perpetrated that act of domestic violence. And so that's something that I'm here in Ohio advocating for. Get more resources to these men, get more mental health resources to them, so that, again, we can prevent this type of behavior that we're seeing.
Perfect, thank you so much. Anybody, Wanda or Chameleon, either one of you?
I think it's important that we offer non-judgmental conversations to our boys and our men. I think when we do that, we allow them to express their feelings and their emotions. And we also, we allow them to just feel good about not feeling at their best, right? I think that's some of the biggest issues, is that when our men don't feel at their best, they feel like there's no one I can speak to. I'm being looked at as weak. And so I think it is important for us to continue to make our boys and men feel empowered so that they can express themselves in a meaningful and healthy way.
Beautiful, thank you. Want to weigh in?
Yes, absolutely. I'm thinking for young boys, I haven't had the opportunity to have the outreach that I would love to, but I'm thinking, ways that we can expose them to good habits and practices early on, early stages, because those practices and those good habits become part of their lifestyles. And so when they're invested in that, they tend to make more informed choices that will help them to reach their vision and goals. And so I think that is a pathway for our brothers to, create those safe spaces for these young men to talk about those things and to teach them those skill sets. And for our brothers, I would say, what I saw, with my dad and with my uncle was this fear, the distrust many times that you have about going to the doctor to follow up on things that you're feeling that don't feel right. You know yourself, you know your body, right? And so how, as a daughter, granddaughter, niece, friend, can we support you in understanding that knowledge is power, and that you are supported, in the mental health as well as physical health journey that you are taking. And so that, you're facing the world from a perspective of being proactive as opposed to being reactive. And so I think that's really important, how to address, some intrinsic fear and distrust that we have that might hold us back.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. So good, so good. The chat has really been lots of goodies in the chat. Somebody asked about where you from. I think it's Columbus. You may have put it in the chat. Dr. Purnell, I know you weighed in. Ladies, I can't, not sisters, I can't even begin to thank you enough for this moment, right? And for joining us in this movement. And I know that this will not be our last time. And so I'm excited about what is possible. I do want us to end on this note. We do this in our youth and young adult division quite a bit. And we sort of do a 2-line letter, right, to young people. And I want you to just finish the statement, dear Black man. And whatever that needs to look like, if you would just finish it out, and then we will close it out. I will encourage our listeners to, I think there may be a break for about 10 minutes. I think Keith will come back on, but I'm gonna encourage you. You do not wanna miss these workshops. You wanna talk about Black excellence and Black brilliance. We have it all here today. I almost feel bad that we robbed somebody. But really want to give a shout out to Richard for his vision for the summit, his insight for having you. And every opportunity we call him King Richard, because that's how we esteem him highly. We do. He is a noble man, and we love that about who he is. And so I will let you finish your Dear Black Man statement. We will close out, and then I think I push it back to Keith. Oh, and then we will show a video, but I think Keith will come on. See, I'm not moving. I have my hands to myself. Okay, sisters, whoever wants to start.
I'll go. Dear Black man, I love you. I admire you. I respect you. The world needs you, your intellect, your wisdom, your courage, and I am here for you, and you are everything.
Yeah.
We can't hear you, Andrea.
See, they trying to mute me. I still have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Deanna.
Okay, so dear Black men, we love you. We need you. You're so funny. You're a great father, a great brother. I am so glad to see you thriving. I'm so glad to see you doing what you do most. You are our protector. You are, I'm gonna cry, but I'm not even, I'm gonna end mine because I'm about to cry. So I'm gonna end mine.
Tears are okay. We got a man in the room and he's like, so thank you for what you gave so far. And you can bring the house down with yours, my friend.
Dear Black man, we value you. I thank God for you. I don't know where I would be without you. I hope that in my line of work, that my father shows up in the audiences and he can see the work that I'm doing to help foster an environment where we can create that trust and that safety for you to be the most amazing king that God has designed you to be. Dear Black man, I encourage you to continue to express your feelings, to express your emotions, and I wish you nothing but success in your skills, your talents, your abilities, and your passion. We thank you, we honor you, and we will forever need you. Thank you, Black man.
Thank you, sisters, very much. We appreciate you. And we will, the next time that we get together in a room, when we see the brothers, we will stand up and applaud. And so thank you, sisters, for that. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we will turn it back
you.
to Keith. Okay.
Oh man, I cannot get this smile off of my face. That was Dear Black Woman, we love you back. That was absolutely wow. Wow. If we had this discussion every day, we would be healed, in the words of Richard, King Richard. So wow, thank you all. Thank you so very much, Camilla and Wanda and Deanna. Thank you so much. That was powerful, and it was just exudes love. So and forgiveness. Let me absolutely mention that as well. So thank you all so very much. I'm honored to have sat here and witnessed that. Thank you. So next, we're going to go to my good brother Earl Elamine, who is going to be by video doing a presentation called Soul Talk. And after that, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, so we can go straight to the video.
My name is Earl Elamine. Peace be upon you. When we talk about healing Black boys, African American boys, probably one of the most important things to understand is the boy. The boy in that stage in his growth and development, who basically is nothing but a physical anatomy, so to speak, who has drives, emotions, senses, and urges and desires. But his mother plays such an important role in his evolution and his growth and development. She is the one that gives him a sense of importance, validation, sense of security, a sense of belonging, a need for recognition, a need for attention, a sense of purpose, importance, and achievement. The male in that stage in his growth and development has to have these things in order for him to evolve into boyhood. He is driven by hunger. At this period of time, he's driven by greed, he's driven by passion. But it is his mother who tempers him and provides him with discipline. So she helps them in his first stage of growth and development in what we call self-determination. That the young boy in his healing process becomes determined to grow and to develop, predicated on the first teacher that he had, and that was his mother. Ironically, in my opinion, the first teacher that you have will always be the best teacher that you have, and that will be your mother. So kudos to the sisters out there who are providing these things so that the young boy can evolve, and the young boy can go into the life and be turned over to his father, because we understand that the young boy in his evolution and his growth and development will have to see the world through the eyes of his father. And a boy, when he sees the world through the eyes of his father, he understands the second stage of his growth and development, and that is self-determination he begins with, then self-discovery. He begins to discover who he is, that he no longer starts to play because his father and mother both instilled something that is very important in his evolution, his growth and development, and that will be discipline. He learns to become disciplined. He learns to start to control some of those urges. He learns to start to control some of those desires. He learns to see the world outside of his home, which is very, very important in this evolution, in this growth and development for this young man. And then we know that he evolves, but his father and his mother provide patience, they provide order, and he begins to manifest into development those things, and he begins to develop and manifest being able to be logical and rational. His father and mother provide that for him, but by him seeing the world, now in his self-discovery, he's in his discipline that he acquires, then he is now curious. He becomes curious and he uses those things that were deposited in him so that he can find the best of himself. And then as he evolves into manhood, we call that third stage of his growth and development, self-mastery, where he uses his discipline, he uses his knowledge to master the self, to master those urges, to master those desires, to be creative, to build, to become a builder, to become the knowledge of self, to determine and develop the knowledge of self, and develop, and what he does is he develops work and responsibility, and he's a builder. He becomes the builder, as we were alluding to earlier. And what he does, he controls the environment that he's in. He maintains institutions that define his reality. He builds institutions to preserve their resources. He builds institutions educationally, culturally, and economically. So we go from 3 stages of growth and development, male, boy, man, but the most important is when he's in the womb and when he comes out of the womb, and that teacher that he has, the first teacher, which is his mother, and then once he evolves and he grows and he starts to develop discipline, he goes with his father, and then he goes into the outer community to establish himself based on everything that was deposited in him. Thank you very much. Peace be upon you.
Yeah, I did that.
Hello, everyone. If you're trying to get into the workshops, please use the link in the Hoover app. The Hoover app, you have to go download the link, and then you should be able to attend as an attendee and be able to talk on with each other on that meeting link.
Can you see me now?
Yes, you look very nice and handsome.
Thank you, Roxanna.
This is before he turns the light on, and when he turns the light on, it's gonna be challenging.
Oh, do you have a Zoom light?
Who, me?
Yes.
No.
His glasses were black, and then when you turn the light on.
Oh,
the
when
glasses
his
white.
lamp.
Yeah, when your
No,
lamp
but you
is
look.
on. You look so handsome though.
You do look handsome.
Keep the light out.
Thank you both. I'll share my credit cards with you all later.
No worries, no worries.
So we are back together, right? So those.
Yes, I
can
think
come back.
people are coming in now.
Okay.
We have a few of our attendees, Dr. Bruce, John Davis, LaShawn Belton, Sonia. Thank you for moderating the chat for me, Miss Sonia. Teresa, Mama Trinette is back, and Mama Veronica is back. So I think, Richard, we'll give people a couple more minutes.
Great.
Because I know it was a lot of technical difficulties. We are so happy everyone stayed on till the end who did. Do you want to maybe announce our goodies that we were talking about last night?
Well, we both have to, because I know we have copies of books, but we also, we may give a BMHA package that, Connie was working on that. So she may now know what that package consists of, or you may know what it consists of. But I know that copies of Dr. Haki Malabuti's book and the other book, Breathe, by Brennan Steele, will also be part of that package.
And Dr. Haki is going to be tomorrow.
At the
Brennan is
end.
going to be on tomorrow. It's going to be an amazing
half day, right?
Yes. So we're going to have a couple of those books. Guess what, Richard? You're not going to believe this.
What?
I still have swag bags. So we could actually really sprinkle our Black Mental Health Alliance goodies everywhere. You can't get a nice polo like this.
Oh, that would be powerful.
No, you can't get the polo, but we do still have t-shirts. I know Lenny has, Ms. Johnson still has t-shirts. We still have like maybe 10 swag bags. So I know I promised the first person who logged on, the last person who logged on for today, and maybe we'll definitely give Miss Sonia something. So I'm gonna write that down because she moderated for us in a pinch. So we'll follow up with you about a giveaway. And then maybe tomorrow or at the end of the day, we'll give out a book after everything. What do you think?
Yes, we will. We will have, we can give out 5-10 copies.
But not today. We're not gonna
Not
do it
today, no,
today.
not
You gotta
today,
come
not
back.
today. Can you hold for a second? I think this is a call from Dr. Malabuti. Can I take this
Okay.
real quick?
Yep, we're gonna do one book today, but everyone, please stay with us also for tomorrow. And so next, I believe our MC is gonna come back. And we're gonna go through some closing remarks. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll play a little video for us. Hold on. Thank you guys so much for staying with us through all the technical difficulties. User error, technical difficulties, all the same. Richard, do you want me to pull up a
Lady as a host has disabled it. Oh, she disabled the video. So let me tell her.
We're gonna give folks a few more minutes.
Oh, no, we can start. You wanted to do your closing remarks?
Well, Keith was supposed to, we were supposed to play a video, but
Oh, I can play the video. Let me look.
that would have real quick, and then I'll close out, and then we can send people on their merry way.
All righty.
And if we don't have the video, don't worry. What video is it? Is it?
I don't see it.
Okay, don't worry about it. Okay.
I think we had talked about.
There are two videos that I wanted. One may not be on the end list. It was He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother by the Persuade.
Oh, yes. How did that close? Okay, yes, I can play that very quickly. Hold on.
So if you could play that, Roxana, that would be great. And then that's about 4.5 minutes, and then I'll close out.
All right, thank you for your patience, everyone.
And it's 4:17, so we need to close out. Okay.
All right, so here we go.
How to store and sort all your photos and videos in seconds. No computer knowledge required.
It's a long, long road.
Oh, great.
Long road with many of a winding turn that leads us to knows where, who knows where, but I want you to notice here that I'm strong enough to carry. He ain't a heavy, oh no, he ain't heavy, 'cause he's my brother. When the road is rough, he's my brother. When the road is tough, he's my brother. Lord, if I ever need a friend, good God, he's my brother. I'll be there to the bitter end. If you ever need, Lord, you know, all you got to do, you just call out my name, oh Lord, and I know wherever I am, I'll come running. I'm trying my best. I got to get you again. I'm trying my best. Winter, spring, summer, or fall. All you got to do is call. You know it makes me real good. Yes, it do. Oh, Lord, I'm so glad it's free. Good God. Oh, Lord. To the bitter end. Oh, Lord. Anytime when the road is rough. I got a brother. Good God. When the
road is tough.
Down a road which there's no return, oh Lord, while we're on our way to there, why not share? Oh Lord, as long as love doesn't bring me down.
As long as he doesn't bring me down. He ain't heavy. He ain't heavy. He's my brother. This is the spirit of this convening you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you for staying until the end. Hope and pray that you will be able to come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow because you will be in store. We will all be in store for another day of amazing and powerful presentations from another group of high-level, brilliant, talented, gifted thought leaders, men working in this space on the national level, from Dr. Obari Cartman, his presentation on hip hop and healing. Don't want to miss that. That's the first presentation tomorrow morning, followed by Brennan Allen Steele, who will introduce his journal for healing, Breathe, getting Black men to breathe and to chart a course to healing, a 40-day journal, a 40-day course on what we can do to heal over a 45-day period. And then concluding our session tomorrow will be none other than the brilliant, amazing, powerful, gifted, talented author, publisher. He's all the above and much, much more. And I won't basically say more because we need to close out today's session, but none other than Dr. Haki Malabuti. He is the author of the book, Tough Notes, A Healing Call for Black Men. You don't want to miss him. And he will end our session tomorrow. We will end our session tomorrow at 12:30. And we, again, 12:30. And we hope that you will join us tomorrow promptly at 9 o'clock, where we'll kick off again and leave you with the path towards our healing, the plays for our healing. We've heard from a number of different folks. If you were in a session like I was in with Dr. Winkler, who talked about the power of healing circles, if you were in one of those sessions where he delivered a message of healing brave spaces, safe spaces, and the need for us to join forces to really, really do the work, as I keep saying over and over again, and I basically came up with this last night or this morning, to not heal is not an option for Black men and boys. Both Dr. Washington and all of our presenters probably took us on this journey as to why we are where we are, how we got here, why we need to know how we got here. And if we know how we got here, then to not heal is not an option. And so we are looking forward to that continuation of the reasons why we must heal, and a healing community of Black men and boys will show up differently, will be different. We will all pretty much know that Dr. Washington talked about the warrior spirit. We will know that the warrior spirit is prevalent. The warrior spirit is within us. And when the warrior spirit is within us and when we are healed, we will protect our children, love our women, protect our women, love our elderly, protect our elderly, clean up our communities, and make the world a safe place for all of us, which will be non-negotiable. That's a community of healed Black men and boys, and that's where we're going. Thank you to the Black Men Health Alliance again for your courage to support this effort, to all the staff members of the Black Men Health Alliance, to Roxana, to Cheryl, to Lynn, to Dr. Andrea Brown, to Nia, to our, I'm missing her name, I think her last name is Booker, our intern, to Keith Snipes, our MC, to all of our presenters from the very beginning, Dr. Washington, to those beautiful sisters. I will never forget the stories that they told about their personal journeys and what they left behind. Powerful, powerful. I don't have enough time to reiterate all the wonderful things that they have, but the beauty of all of this, you all, is that this whole session today was recorded. And so to David Miller, Dr. Shields, Dr. Winkler, to Changa Bale, who am I missing? Dr. Bruce Purnell, Love More Movement. Who else am I missing? I'm missing two other.
Dr. Shields.
Dr. Shields, I think I mentioned him. Help me, Roxanne. Who else am I missing real quick?
Baba Changa Bell.
Baba Changa and Bobby Holmes, Bobby Holmes, Marvin Bobby Holmes. Thank you, brothers. Thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you for giving up your precious time and doing the work. We will be grateful to receive your presentations so that we can catalog them and so that we can use the information that you all shared, because this is just the beginning. The healing will continue. Make no mistake about it. We've been at this again. We are in our 40th year, and we're not going to stop doing this work until our community, our men, our boys, our women, our girls are healed from the historical and contemporary trauma that we have been exposed to from day one. And we understand what time it is. We are moving with a sense of urgency. We appreciate you all for coming and stopping in and stopping by. And again, we urge you all. There's an evaluation. I don't know if it's posted, but it will be posted tomorrow. We really want you all to complete that evaluation as well.
At the end of this session as well.
At the end of the session. Okay, so as soon as I finish talking, I'm quite sure Roxanne will put it up. And so you all be safe, be well, great health. I hope I didn't leave anybody out, but just know and feel me in terms of our profound gratitude and appreciation to each and every one of you. Again, can't say any less more about who helped put this together. Connie Gilmore, I want to extend thanks to her. I hope I didn't miss anybody on our staff, because this can't be done without everybody. This is village work. We keep saying that over and over again, and we know that it is. And so to all of you all, thank you, appreciate you all. If I left you out, your name, didn't mention it, forgive me. It's not from the heart, but it might be from my head. It's been a long, 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 long day. And I love that song, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. That's the spirit. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. And that's the spirit that we really want to promote and make certain that we appreciate it and internalize that spirit. Roxana, that's it for me. It's Keith Snipes coming back on, where we will see him tomorrow morning. We will start again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to everybody.
We are on time. You want me to play the rest of your song or just?
Please,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, yep, we can do that.
Thank you, Roxana. Thank you, everybody.
Have a good one. Oh, no.
If you all want me to sing, just stay on, because I will. And you definitely will leave if you are.
If you want to sing, you can.
If I start singing, you all.
Oh no! Guess what? It just closed out, y'all.
Just closed out. Okay. So just give. Let's just have folks complete the evaluation if they're on.
Yes. So the evaluation went out earlier. Go out this session.
Oh, there it is.
You guys, we are done. You can leave whenever you're ready.
Right.
To the end.
But I want you to notice that I'm strong enough to care.
Strong enough to care.
He's my brother. When the road is rough.
When the road is rough.
He's my brother. When the
road is tough.
He's my brother. Lord, if I ever need a friend.
Ever need a friend.
He's my brother. I'll be there to the
bitter end. I'll be there to the bitter end.
All you got to do, you just call out my name, oh Lord, and I know wherever I am, I'll come running. I'm trying my best. I can see you. I'm trying my best.
All you got to do is call. Hey, come on, brothers.
I'm so glad it's free. Good God.
Good God. When the road gets rough.
Good God. When the going gets tough. And you need a friend. Oh, good God. To the girl. Down a road which there's no return, oh Lord, while we're on our way to there, why not share? Why not? Oh Lord, as long as love doesn't bring me down at all. He ain't heavy, 'cause he's my brother. That harmony always make me feel real good. That's the way the men used to sing it on the chain gang. When the road is rough,
Hey.
I got a brother. No, when the going gets tough, well, you gotta find yourself. You better reach out and touch somebody's hand. Oh, Lord, you gotta reach out and touch somebody's hand. You gotta reach out and touch somebody's hand. Oh, you gotta reach out and touch somebody's hand. It makes me feel good. Reach out and touch somebody's hand. Reach out and touch somebody's hand. Come on, reach out and touch somebody's hand. Oh, reach out and touch somebody's hand. Reach out and touch somebody's hand. Reach out and touch somebody's hand. Reach out and touch somebody's hand.
Wow.
Reach out and touch somebody's hand.
That's not a healing song. I don't know what is. Wow.
Yes, very beautiful.
Fully empty your bladder? Try this new viral prostate hack.
Yeah.
It's called the 5-second prostate shrink.
Sorry.
That's not our commercial, you all. Where that's coming from. Maybe at the end. Are we staying on for a few minutes, or what are we going to do?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
That's what I was asking, Andrea. Thank you, everyone.